Hi Llamas, happy weekend everyone and welcome to the Agoraphobic Megabase. How are you doing today? Let's celebrate Friday with a little bit of Factorio chill as always. We will be reading Factorio Friday facts as well. If there is anyone who would like to get their name in the game, it is possible to get it as well, although I forgot to add the reward again on Twitch, but bear with me. Welcome to the Agoraphobic Megabase, where I try to push my own comfort zone and build much less dense than usual. Of course, it is much easier this time because I play without the biters growing, expanding, attacking. This time, for the first time really, in about 800 hours, I never really thought about that before, but here we go, that happens. And it actually helps out a lot with trying to build less dense, with building bigger structures, and trying to focus on what is the most important part, which is the production increase. What are we going to do today? We're going to expand the power plant again. So the plan that I mentioned before is to make bigger power plant. And without that, we can't really do the VIP super exclusive copper smelting for circuits that you might see on the map as one of the to-do parts. The map is my to-do list. Of course, you can see that there is still a lot of little pieces that I left. So we are about to expand this power plant. There was a giant pond, or maybe I should call it a lake, that has been landfilled, and I am trying to make it into a huge power plant. But what is going to happen with the previous power plant? So the plan is for the power plant that you can see right now, this is the steam engine powered power plant that I am going to keep this way. We're not going nuclear as a part of the challenge, as a part of getting out of the comfort zone. I am going to just use this power plant to power up the necessary, the crucial parts of the base that are going to provide the fuel to the bigger power plants that I am planning right there, that I already started making, but of course it's not fully working yet. This one is going to provide the energy to the remaining base. So the plan is to try to secure the fuel production so the rest of the base can work. And let's see if it's going to resolve my ongoing issues, my issues that happen once in a while when I have some energy crisis. And then we can start from there, and then most likely I will finally be able to use these beacons powered furnaces that are going to make the copper, actually the copper plates, that will be providing exclusively for the green circuits. And then we will try to add additional production for the iron plates for the green circuits, and then I will try to do similar thing for the red circuits if there is anything else that I could do about it, so we can increase the production without really taking a lot of plates off the main bus in this case, because the circuits are taking quite a lot. So that's a plan in this case, and I hope that we can work on this together today. And in the meantime, we can have whatever conversations we want to have. And of course, I would like to welcome everybody who arrived on the chat so far. And we got Kenny the Pirate, who arrived very early, about an hour before the stream started. So we had a brief conversation. Welcome Lati and Laser, Dylan, Irondax, Mossy Mekamiao, Welcome everybody else who might be lurking and everybody who might see this video when
Word
it
of our
gets
community's
highlighted.
acclaim spreads.
And welcome all of the raiders! Welcome to the Llama's Agoraphobic Megabase. Make yourself comfortable or uncomfortable. Actually comfortable, because we don't have many miters here. Hello Nickpo and Samlander and Inter and Maxine. Let's have a really quick shout out to Inter, who is an awesome Factorio streamer. Let's see what Inter was doing today. Thanks for the raid, welcome everybody. I just started the stream, I was explaining what we are going to do today. So basically I'm going to work on the power plant. That will be the power plant for the main part of the base, and the previous power plant that is still working is going to power up only the crucial parts that are making fuel to power up the rest of the base, and that's the plan. Inter, what were you doing today? Playing Captain of Industry. Do you keep the potatoes growing? I hope so. Thank you so much for remembering about me. And oh, baking cakes. Oh, this gets even better from now on. Inter, I'm in. If you say cakes, I'm in. Have I sold my soul already? That might be a bit unfortunate, but well, what can we do? You can't sell your soul for a cake if you got no soul already, am I right? That's a weird way to say hello to all of the raiders. Welcome everybody. My name is Zorin, I am a variety streamer and mostly I play strategy games, but also I like to chill a little bit with Factorio, and I like to chill a little bit less with RimWorld Sundays, where we play together with Twitch Toolkit, where you have influence on what is happening in the colony. And it's not going well lately. Let's put it that way. We had an accident which caused half of the colony to die or become kidnapped. I was supposed to ask a question to you, Inter, but I just lost it. I lost my train of thoughts, and speaking of trains, I wish we could have more. So no need to tell me that we need more trains. I'm working on that. It's just very slow work in progress. But we will get there. Maybe not to the point of Inter's professional rail systems, but well, I'm trying. 42, yeah, 42 is a great answer, don't you think? How have you been, guys? I hope that you enjoyed Inter's stream today and that you enjoy possibly the start of your weekend. Tell me if you got any plans. In the meantime, I will try to prepare some items so I can finish this part of the power plant that you can see that is still covered in ghosts that I need to finish. D&D all day tomorrow. All day! That's going to be quite a lot. Remember to get some snacks to make sure that you have everything you need. If you said all day, I guess it's going to be at least 5 hours, right? 5 hours, 6 hours. What was your longest D&D session, like ever? Guys, I am curious. 5 hours plus. That's a long time. So yeah, get a lot of snacks. And maybe a proper meal in the meantime. Do you consider taking breaks on your D&D sessions when they are supposed to be so long? Longest ever 14-ish hours. That was text though. Oh my lord. But it is a long time. Why am I asking? Out of curiosity. You know that I never played D&D. Unfortunately, I was raised in the times when the people I knew were not very interested in D&D. Yes, there are people living under the rock like this, and I was part of them. And I was just curious about it because I know that when we were inviting friends over to play board games, we could have quite long sessions as well, but the longest one was probably 9 hours because we were learning the new game as we gathered. We were learning how to play the new game, and it took us 9 hours in total. And it was Forbidden Stars, if I am not mistaken. Hey Kenny, good to see you again. I just now got a chance to hop back in chat. Happy weekend hype to all the llamas. Oh yes, remember to nom your hay on regular basis and hack bells on your lunch break. I remember that, Kenny. That was when we were younger, almost the same group I play with at the moment. Okay, that makes sense. So Friday from 7 p.m. to Sunday or Monday at 1 p.m. with sleep. Okay, at least there was a sleep break. Sounds good to me. If there is at least the sleep break, that's legit. But actually it made me it made me smile a little bit when you said, but that was when we were younger. Yeah, I feel the same way. Sometimes I don't know, I'm just surprised when I see that people can party for a very long time. That they can party all night. Can't you just get tired because of all this partying all night long? Oh, by the way, I'm going to hit E quite a lot because I got used to RimWorld's controls for rotation so much that for some reason it is more convenient for me to use E instead of R for rotation. Maxine, I believe that I did say hi to you before, but if I didn't, hello again. Lovely to have you guys. I could tell you a joke about time travel, but you didn't get it. Oh, here we go. That was a good start of today's stream. Thank you for that lovely joke. We don't have the time nor the energy for it. Yeah, I am not surprised, really. Sometimes when I think about if I ever did something like that in the first place, is it possible that we had the party that was so long that would last until the next day? I don't really remember this kind of situation. There were quite long learning sessions when we were at the university, but yes, we were much younger and it didn't take that long. Okay, sometimes we stayed up so late until it was very early the next day, yes, but we had a certain strategy for that. We had like the programming classes quite early during the day, so we were staying up until very late the day before, and we were programming in beds pretty much. So we weren't sleeping through the night. And we did it on a weekly basis, pretty much. But it happened only once, like, that was for a certain amount of time, let's say, I don't know, for a month or 2 months. And that's it. I don't remember if there were any situations like that. But that doesn't count as having good time, right? Because it was like an assignments that we were dealing with back then. Yeah. My daughter was chewing on electrical cord, so I had to ground her. She's better currently and is conducting herself well. Even I understood this joke, so it's good. It's good. It was a good one. Yeah, hard times. Oh, Laser, I thought that you enjoyed this time. Actually, I enjoyed this time at the university when we were handling all of this. No, 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 please don't take this. No, these are not fresh slots. No. There are advantages and disadvantages of the trash slots, right? And now I need to... Ugh. I should have done this better. No, don't take this from me. No. Go away. Go away. Go away. Oh, you were sleeping in class when this kind of stuff happened? What's the difference between a light bulb and a programmer? A light bulb stops working when it burns out. Oh, this is not fun. No, this is not funny. This is not funny because it's true. Please stop. I could possibly laugh because I am the one with no job at the moment. Although I know how Laser feels lately about his work. So it's so funny. Yeah, too real. Please stop. Captain, we're sinking. Jenkins, for the last time we're operating a submarine. Well, not everyone likes water. Not everyone likes underwater. Was that a yellow submarine by any chance? My storefront is right next to the playground of my mall. I'm about to have to start punting children. Oh, what happened? Is it so bad? I can't really tell. I just avoid children. So I don't have experience really. And we don't really have that many friends who have children. So it's not that common for us to avoid them. I wonder if we ever plan to have children with Laser. That might happen one day. I wonder if our friends are going to avoid us just like we are avoiding the friends who have children at the moment. Wait, I need to read through this joke. I hope that this is a joke, and let's see if it's family friendly in any way. Oh yeah, I know this joke. Yeah, about the pain sharing. Yeah. That's a little bit sad if you ask me. First of all, they are children, so that's not awesome. That's not. Ken, you're just jealous that they are children and they have time to play, and you don't have time to play anymore, and you need to be an adult and pay taxes. Yeah, I think that somewhere deep inside my Llama heart, I might not be a huge fan of children. It depends on the children also. If they are, you know, nice, if they don't cause any trouble, I just don't have problem with them. But I don't like the situations when somebody is expecting me to take care of their children. And I am really not good at that, but just because I am a woman, it's kind of expected from me to take care of the children and be okay with that somehow. I don't know why. And maybe that's why I don't like it much. But I believe that somewhere deep down, at the bottom of my Llama heart, maybe I am not a huge fan of children because I envy them that they don't have to pay taxes. Yeah. Second, they won't stop coming in and making my store wet. It's Florida, there is a splash pad outside. Oh yeah. And also they are not buying anything. So it's like, it's okay if it's a child of a parent that is trying to buy something, but if they just go in and out as a part of the fun, it can get exhausting. I can imagine that, Kenny. The only children I like are my nieces, and only just barely. That's enough. That's enough, Kenny. To not go insane. I don't know if you have similar experience, but any family meeting, when you turned out to be the child that was, let's say, old enough, you were kind of, at least I was kind of supposed to take care of somebody else's children, like some kind of distant family members that I don't even remember that much, because I was a girl and I was supposed to know how to take care of somebody else's children. I mean, come on. I was never a huge fan of it, and I was trying to avoid it at all cost. Hey, furry-san! Hello, good to see you. Children are just like tinier adults with zero responsibility. Of course, we dislike them. Yeah, I told you, hey, furry-san. Like I said that a moment before, they don't have to pay taxes. And we got the right to be a bit envious about that they don't have to pay taxes, they don't need to be responsible for things that much, or, well, they don't have to be responsible for anything. Only 3 couples I know have kids, and they don't take them with them most of the time. Oh, Inter, please, let's swap. Let's swap. But if we have like a barbecue party, then I have no problem with kids. Yeah. Look at Inter over here having friends. Yeah, I mean, who's got friends these days? Aren't these weird times that we live in? They make less productivity output in the mines. Great oppressor. Oh, a fairy son. Oh. Of course, we're speaking of Frostpunk, and you know, guys, that I love Frostpunk, and of course, Frostpunk 2 is coming like in July, I think? June? July? Oh, it gets really close to the release. Damn. Yeah, so we're going to oppress people again. I mean, we're going to take care of them. As we usually do. Am I right? Yeah. Kids and taxes, you say, oh, can you send it to me later, Inter? Because I don't want to check it out right now. Not on stream. In USA, as you grow older, all your friends tend to move away. Yeah. Butter chicken, hello, happy weekend. Some do here as well, but that's not as far as in the USA. But yeah, the friends who are 3 hours drive away, I don't see that often. Yeah. And in general, if you don't see anyone too often, then it's just that relationship is kind of, well, you know, it's not the same as it was before, and you just stop having as many topics to discuss. At least it happens with my relations. If I don't see someone that often, it's a little bit more difficult to just keep up with them, even if we got the internet. They have the same thing going on in your lives, or maybe it's just part of adulting thing. It's possible. Alright, there is something wrong going on, and probably I haven't linked something, but we don't really have any. Oh, it's going so slow. Oh, this is not good, and we need to have better inputs. Oh no. Oh, it's almost empty out there. Let's see. This is, wow, we need to invest in that train. Calm down, Llama. It's okay. It's okay. 20k of coal, but okay, 30k of coal. That's not good, and we need to have the stack inserters out there. Ooh, and we need at least 3 of the transport belts, and I need to see where it all goes. Oh yeah, we're making plastic, but we're not making so much of the production in general, so I'm not worried that we will lack something at the end of the main bus, because we are not producing anything. We're not launching rockets, and the rocket silo is disconnected. So it is not consuming too much of the electricity, because before we got to 360 megawatts of the production, of the energy production potential, we had much less. I wish my friends only lived 3 hours away. I need to admit that sounds a little bit abstract to me. But I don't have a good sense of distance when it comes to looking at the map of the United States and just and I just see one city, another city. Oh, it's just like it shouldn't be that far away, right? It's just another state. Is it so far? Yeah, everything seems to be so far away. Yeah, you're right, guys. Inter is right. 3 hours could be another state. Yeah, exactly, but it turns out that it's much more than I expected. I live in Florida. I can drive 13 hours in one direction and still be in Florida. LA is 7 hours from me and we live in the same state. Damn. See, I got absolutely no sense of distance. Forgive me, llamas. I mean, I can get to another state in less than 10 minutes, but I live near the border. Oh, you're cheating. Sam is cheating. Of course, it was not a conscious cheating when you have chosen to live in this place where you live. Although, to poke you a little bit, you might be accused of cheating a little bit. I could get to another state in about 15 minutes as well. Oh dear, oh dear. How did we get there? We started the conversation with having kids for some reason, with handling kids, and then we got to the conclusion that everything is very far away in the United States. I mean, I love streaming. This is awesome. We can get to the weirdest conversations ever. And that's what I love. Yeah. Okay, let's get some stuff. You haven't seen this, guys. Okay, I need to make some stuff manually, but luckily my face, my llama face in a spacesuit is covering so much that you can see how much of this stuff I got scheduled. Oh, Jesus. Making 50 gear wheels. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. Okay, let's make those. Oh, Lord. Bear with me. Bear with me, llamas. Bear with me. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. But it would be nice to pick up all of this mess. And let me guess, we're not in the... Of course we're not in the network. Because why should we be? Of course, I am part of the network because I got tiny network. Other than that... It would be nice to just be able to take a train to another country, though. Yeah. I can drive 7 hours about straight one direction and stay entirely in state. As I said, it might be considered a little bit of cheating. I love that it was just like, oh, the Midwest? Why is that? Sometimes it takes a while for me to understand what's this joke based on? I remember that the first time when I had this kind of situation, it was on a channel of a streamer that was streaming exclusively RuneScape. Unfortunately, they are not active anymore. I don't even remember their name. It was a few years ago already. And they had this joke, oh, you're from the South. And they didn't really understand that. But it feels like it was a, like, kind of banter thing, but also a little bit offensive. Please keep in mind that I might not understand some of the jokes. I could drive for 40 hours and still stay in my state. Oh, no, no, no. We're not talking driving in circles. I would be going in the circles though. Oh, no, if there isn't, that is cheating. Wait, this train is actually working. What? Oh, there's not much of the rocket fuel though. Okay, we need to keep this one going. And we need to replace this with the requester chest. Yes. Yes. Oh. don't want to see what I am making manually in the inventory. This is embarrassing. Oh, we're out of network, but let's make logistic request to just make sure that one day we will connect this place to the network, but maybe it's easy and I can just make it... Yeah, I can make it... Well, let's say it's not my best work. Not my best work. That's why I said in one direction. Oh, ho, ho, ho. The Midwest in the USA is basically fly over land, aka it's just something you fly over. Obviously people live there, but it's not like something people travel to for vacation or something like that. Oh, I remember on that streamer's channel, I was asking about Seattle, I believe. Because back then, and remember, that was about 4 to 5 years ago. So it's been a few years already. Dota 2 International contest that was happening annually was happening in Seattle. Like each year it was Seattle. And then they switched the location to other places. So we actually we were considering to visit the US to just be a part of this event, like to visit, to watch it live, and also we thought that it could be a great opportunity to just visit the United States, and we've never been there, obviously. So it would be a lot of fun. And I asked these people in the chat, I knew that they are all from the US. I asked, okay, so I got this idea with my boyfriend. I believe that Laser was still my boyfriend. He was not my fiancé back then. So we have this idea to visit the US, and there is this event going on, and we would like to check it out. And I was wondering if you could tell me what could we possibly see in Seattle. And they were like, why would you visit Seattle all of a sudden? Why? And I was like, well, there is that event that I mentioned before, but I'm sure that there is something that you could see there that is interesting, right? And users were trying to convince me that there is nothing to see there. And I felt bad for a moment, like, I'm sure that there is something to see there. There is always something interesting to see somewhere, even if the local people say that there is nothing to see there. If you would ask me about my location, I would probably say, there is nothing interesting to see there. But if I would take a moment to actually think, I would come up with some good ideas. And I think it's the same with every city. No one is like, hey, let's go to Cleveland, and why not? That's my question, why not? Are some cities really so boring in your opinion, guys? I mean, I'm sure that you're not the only one with this kind of opinions, that there are some cities that are so incredibly boring that you shouldn't visit like ever because you will get bored really quickly. But if you see the place for the first time, sometimes you can be surprised. There's Pike Place Market, where they throw fish. There's so much to see in Seattle. See, and the group that I was having conversation with at least 4 years ago said, no, there's nothing to see there. And somebody said, you say such thing because you're from the South. And I didn't really understand it back then, but I believe that it was some kind of slight insult. There's lots of stuff to do in Seattle. I love only 2 states over, and we've been before. If you and Laser ever make it to the East Coast, I would travel to see you. I've always wanted to meet a real-life Eurasian. Damn, I don't know. Right now, it's a little bit difficult because I'm not sure with all of the things happening in the world. I am not sure if we would be allowed on the plane as the llamas wearing human puppet suits. That might be a little bit sus. I don't know if they would actually let us in, like onto the plane. Also, the idea kinda died because they started changing the locations. And also, we're not so invested in watching the international anyway. So, let's say that our traveling plans are not really big for now. Yeah, I know Eurasian passports are a little dicey. Yeah, but it depends, because there are some people who could cross the border with a Cobra Stan passport. If you remember us playing Papers, Please, that was an awesome game, by the way. If you never played Papers, Please, then please play it, cause it's worth it. Good guy, Georgie. I have such good memories of this guy. Did they do it in Romania? I can't tell you anything. Yeah. Good guy, George. We need to play more Papers, Please. One day. I remember that I was trying to just allow this guy to cross the border, and I was like, oh my god, this is such botched, forged passport. I can't allow them to pass. Okay, let them in. And then I got a note, there is no such country as Cobra Stan. Oh! But George was a good guy. Yeah, they were a good guy. Alright, if you want to numb my habricks, then what can I do? But we'll see who is the bigger, better number. Where is my num-num? Alright, Kenny, this time you won. Good for you, Kenny, good for you. Alright, Llamas, let's see. Our production is supposed to be, like, we are supposed to have 432 megawatts of the power production potential. I don't believe this is going to happen. Also, something happened in this spot. We don't have the fuel for some reason. Is it because we don't have any... Yeah. We don't have any solar panels for this setup. And why did I connect it this way? Because obviously in this case we don't have access to the fuel. Because these fast inserters are not connected. They are not connected because we don't have the this power plant set up. And I believe that we need to move some things around a little bit. It's not going to be nice. I don't like it. Don't like it. They need to come up with something. Maybe this is enough? Maybe? I don't think so. But we need to squeeze in the power plants. Just like in this case. Not good. Not good. But let's make some plans. I will regret this. Oh, I will regret this. Now let's disconnect whatever we have to disconnect, because this needs to be separate from the network. Completely separate. So I will try to fill it in to make sure that I am not connecting something that I shouldn't connect. Alright, so this is separate from each other. And why is that? Because we are supposed to power only the inserters. Is there any issue going on? Let's see on the map. It should be okay. This is crossed, but it is not connected. There's something wrong. Well, maybe because we don't have any solar panels. I guess this would be a good idea, and probably we don't even have access to this. No, there is building possibility here. Dieter Nomt? Nice. Oh. But do we have the accumulators? Llamas, what is your idea? Do you think that we got accumulators or not? I think we might have them. Accidentally. No. We might actually not have these. And one of the trains is out of fuel. Okay, let's leave it for now. We will do something about it later. So speaking of Cobra Stan and Erathia, I guess that somebody is going to argue if Erathia exists like ever, and we all know that it exists in our imagination. It's just difficult to accept that if you're not if you're not a llama. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Oh, speaking of the llamas again, but I don't want to associate it with any country. That's absolutely not connected to anything. Okay, so I have seen Cult of the Lamb on sale on Steam, and I wonder if we would like to play it. I know that you can get your followers into becoming your, like, community in game. I don't really know how that works, but it could be fun. I know that it's been a while. The game was already hyped years ago, and I know that I am late to the party, but anything that involves some kind of group, some kind of community, that if I can give you the names in the game, if possible, that would be awesome. And I like to have more of this kind of games. Well, guess what, llamas? We don't have the ingredients that we need. Well. Let's make a bunch of absolutely random stuff, shall we? Oh no, inventory full, no! Maybe I can figure out something so the inventory is not that full. Maybe the inventory is just half full. Oh, by the way, I was working on the speed modules and I think I wanted to make the setup, really quick setup, to feed the machines manually. Oh yeah, because I was trying to make the more of these efficiency modules, but I think that most of the modules are already installed in the beacons that are supposed to work and the furnaces that are supposed to work. Okay, not all of them, but quite a lot. Currently I am making some solar panels in the inventory and oh Lord, forgive me. Forgive me. Yeah, if I could ask you enter to DM me the link, then yes. Yes, please. So there is some Twitch integration, yes, I have heard of that, and I was just wondering if we want to have any more... How to say that? Any more... integration names in the game, and so on. And of course, it's kind of, you know, the animal that is part of the herd. It's quite close to the llamas, right? Llamas are great with taking care of the lambs. Just so you know, if you don't know, they are awesome. They are even better than dogs. I've got 6 solar panels to make. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Of course it's not enough. What about our general production of the energy? It's 504 megawatts. Okay, whatever happens from now on, at least we got enough opportunities to make the energy. So right now, I can consider this done. Of course, we can make a few more lines without any interruptions, so this is good, and we could try to make the mirrored version that would allow me to expand even more, but right now I don't need this. But now let's try to focus on making more energy, because I can imagine that from now on we will have permanent issue regarding the coal, and coal is the main source, the primary source for this part of the colony, like this part of the power plant to run in the first place, and we will run out of coal extremely quickly, especially if we start making more of the electricity that will be needed. So the plan is to either find a new source of coal, and I can try to plug in this tiny patch, but still some kind of patch of coal to just secure it in a way. But also I think about bigger patches. We got 5, almost 6 million. We got nice 14 million patch. We got 12 million and 15 million. This would be a nice area. Very close to the biters, but I was taking care of bigger nests on the last stream. That would be very nice. So if we could secure the coal first, then we're not getting rid of plastic production, but also we could provide something to start making enough of the energy to start making fuel. And also somehow I need to disconnect this power plant from now on and see how the base is going to handle the rest. And this might be a little bit difficult because that's something I haven't thought through that much. I would have to disconnect everything that is related to this power plant that is not oil-based, that is not connected to the oil production. Any ideas? If you got any ideas, then let me know. Because this is... I'm not going to say it's a very difficult project, but it's something that I need to think through. Otherwise, I am going to fix it and fix it and fix it many, many, many more times. By the way, maybe it's possible to increase the amount of... Oh, wait! What's going on? Do we have the excess of something? We got the excess of petroleum gas. This is great! I am going to use it to make even more of the solid fuel, obviously. And then we're going to unlock the... Oh my god! I can't believe that. We have the production. Unbelievable, guys. Okay, first, let's try to throw in a few... Yeah, thank you, little guys. And also I need one accumulator. One more? Nope. Maybe there is one battery right there. Battery? I don't think there is one. No. No. I don't see it. Everything looks the same to me. And also it would be nice to throw in more lamps. So if I put things like this, at least I want to see some more lights. But llamas, we are full when it comes to the petroleum gas. And this resource being unused, that's something I haven't predicted. I thought that all of the storage tanks are empty, and I thought that they are going to be not used because we are producing so much so fast that we just can't keep up with the amount of oil that we're getting into this crude oil storage tanks, that it is used immediately by all of the oil refineries. But nothing is happening because the heavy oil tanks are almost full, but the storage tanks for the petroleum gas are full, and this is why we cannot do anything. This is awesome, because I can just copy and paste this and throw it in. Let's copy and paste. Everything is going to be the same, but let's add a little bit more space to it. Yes, please. But do we even have any... Are we in the network? Oh, we're not. We're not in the network. But maybe I can figure something out. Let's have a list of regrets. If I could add something to my list of regrets, that would be building without a grid. Having any projects without a grid. I still haven't learned that, and I should. I should have, because this is an abomination. But I will try to feel the shame later. Did you play Foundry? No, I did not. But isn't that the game that is similar to Satisfactory by any chance? Or am I just mistaking things? No, regarding the builder games, Factorio-like games, I played only Factorio. very similar to Satisfactory. So is it first person? The reason why I ask Butter Chicken is that I can't really play first person games much. So that's why I didn't play Satisfactory in the first place. I played like 30 minutes or so because Laser bought it at some point. But about 2 or 3 fights with that charging creature convinced me that I shouldn't really play it because I got motion sick. More than 2 hours, so can't refund. Oh, damn. Yeah, I know. But at least there is some kind of refund policy on Steam, so, you know, that's something. If you got it on Steam, because I remember that... I don't know if you mentioned Foundry, that you want to refund it, or Satisfactory. Speaking of Satisfactory, I remember that at some point it was the exclusive, like for... Oh, you're getting motion sick as well, damn. Feels bad, I can relate, I'm sorry for that. I know how bad it can get at some point if you're getting motion sick when playing games like this, first-person games. But there are so many games, really good ones that we can play. It doesn't feel like that much of a waste. And by saying that doesn't feel like that much of the waste, I mean, you know, the waste of opportunity to play some cool game. That's what I meant. Alright, we got the pump working. Now, some of the little guys are going to help me. The chemical plant is a mess. Wow! Wow, why did I... How did I get to this? I am really trying to make it kind of nice projects. You can see that. I am really trying to reconnect the cables so we have really nice electric networks, so you're not triggered by that too much. What happened here? I was really in the rush to set things up right there, because this is a mess. Okay, we're going to untangle it because I like this kind of stuff and I need it in my life. Enter is already triggered. See, I can't really trigger my mods, otherwise that would be, yeah. They can get mad at me and you don't want your mods to be mad at you. This connects with everything pretty much. Like, whatever, I will connect with everything. Oh, both of them. Oh no, both of them you can't play. I'm so sorry, Butter Chicken. I just hope they release Factorio expansion. Been ages since I wasted my life on a game. Yeah, there is Factorio Friday facts that we're going to read soon, by the way. Because I like to wait like 1 hour in or 2 hours in before I read, so the llamas who might want to join and listen and maybe discuss on Factorio Friday facts, you know. So there is a little bit of time to join the stream. But we're definitely going to read Factorio Friday facts, and they will probably mention something about the new expansion. Otherwise, they wouldn't do the Friday facts every week. But I've seen some asteroids-related stuff, and I've seen some really nice colors, I'm in. Alright, famous last words. Llamas, I need somebody to remember this moment. because one of my dearest mods, Inter, says that they will never be mad at me. Okay. I can prove you wrong, but I don't want to do that on purpose. I need for my mods to be patient. So, yeah. I will not try my luck. No need to. It's enough that I try lasers luck. Like, I try my luck with lasers, patience at times, but it's different. It's a little bit of cheating. He's my fiancé, it's different. Although he's one of the only mods that I actually throw the responsibilities at. I mean laser, of course. To a Sassy, good to see you. Why so many power poles? Because I was copying and pasting stuff, and I know that sometimes I'm getting the patches. That there are empty patches at times, and then I don't have something that is symmetrical, and I get annoyed over that. It's better to have more than less of them. I just know that. And this time I actually care to untangle, at least in this playthrough, for the first time ever. I actually care to untangle the power poles, because I know that some of you guys are getting triggered over that. And I really try. This time I really try. And I get nice grades at times. Yeah. In some cases. Some cases it's decent. When it's not possible, okay, that purple was... Oh no, let's not look at that. I'm getting triggered over that. Never mind. I just try to untangle things, to unwind a little bit. Yeah. And soon we're going to read Factorio Friday Facts. Have you read them already? Because we just had a mention that we're looking forward to the DLC. I am looking forward to the DLC as well, although I would be even more hyped to just get the update that would give us the train tracks that you can build on a separate level, like over ground. So I wouldn't be bothered with the transport belts and the train tracks. Also, I would like to have easier placement for the rails. Yeah, I would prefer them to just give us the update first and they can release the DLC later. I will wait for the DLC, don't worry. To make it beautiful, yeah, and symmetrical. That's exactly why butter chicken. I saw some artwork about train tracks on different levels. This is awesome. Let's make it Roller Coaster Tycoon. Let's try to mod it. Somebody is gonna mod it anyway. And let's make it Roller Coaster Tycoon. I want to see it. So, fun fact, I don't know how many of you know this, but in the past, one of the games that I was playing quite a lot was Roller Coaster Tycoon. Of course, it wasn't great performance because I was like, I don't know, maybe 13 at the time. I don't remember how old I was when I was a little llama. But I ended up just discovering this great way of getting into debt, like a huge one. So I was getting into a huge debt, and then I was buying some really cool stuff, but then later it was a little bit more difficult to pay for better rides, much better rides, and all of the maintenance, and I couldn't borrow more money. Yeah. I was not a great strategist. Not like I am a great strategist right now, but at least I am a great oppressor. Don't you think that the game creators should make some kind of mini game that is based on untangling the purple cables? I would buy this mini game as a good way to just play it when you're on a bus or something. When you're bored, you got nothing to do. Oh, look, it actually looks pretty. And see, we should add some power poles to the other side as well. If you need a similar game and can play Satisfactory and Foundry, you can try Dyson Sphere program. I've heard about this. And I got this as recommendation from many of the Llamas, actually. But I remember saying one thing, and I think that it might still be valid. I don't know if you think about it the same way, so let me know, guys. I said there are streamers from my stream team, as well as there are streamers that are very popular with Dyson Sphere program that are very experienced. And I wonder if I can add something to Dyson Sphere program as kind of my input, because I don't really believe that I could add some valuable input. But maybe it's just me who is wrong. But yeah, thank you for reminding me of the Dyson Sphere program. Actually, I was asking you guys if you would like to see some Cult of the Lamb. Because I like the games that add a little bit of interaction between us. And if you could become a little herd, even if it's not a herd of llamas, but a herd of lambs or something like that, it's still a herd. I wouldn't mind. Okay, there is a sale on Steam, and for some reason, this time I want to buy something. And I already made the decision that I am getting Rimworld Anomaly, and then there are some games that I am tempted to try that are on sale, that I had on my wishlist for a while, that I liked, I enjoyed watching when I watched other streamers that I just enjoy visiting. Like Battle Brothers, for example. This is the game that is very difficult, but it's a nice strategy game. It's turn-based when you're in battle. Although on the map it's real time. So I thought more about this kind of games. Eight years ago? I did that in real life and I regretted that. Oh, I hope that you got out of it. Butter chicken, and that you don't have to get into a debt ever again. Oh yeah, Laser, yeah. That's good point. I just need to get something to drink. Cause my throat feels weird already. Thanks for the reminder. I need a reminder to drink at times, but I don't need a reminder to talk. You're missing a wire on your poles? Let's see. Oh yeah! Yep, there is one. Thank you. Thank you, Sassy. That would look so awkward. Oh, come on. Looks better now. Yeah. So I will just untangle it for fun, so you're not getting the heart attack when you see this. When we get some visitors, they are not going to get the heart attack. If somebody is raiding, they are not going to get the heart attack. And then we're going to read the Factorio Friday facts, because I got them already open. And I didn't want to read it. I just checked the asteroids and they look really nice already. So I'm curious what they decided to write about them. Because there is some kind of real danger that is not biters, and I'm really excited for that. Please keep in mind that I haven't played space exploration mod. I mean, not directly, because the only mod for Factorio I played was the Die World Dynamics. That was based on space exploration 2. And when Space Exploration 2 got an update, then Die World Dynamics broke, and I just don't want to untangle it. The mod situation is the only thing that I don't want to untangle at this point. Yeah. The FFF rocks. Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah. I have very certain idea regarding the colors of these asteroids, but I'm not sure about that. We'll see, Llamas. I can't believe I'm doing that. Normally, I would be mad over doing such thing, but it makes everything look a little bit nicer. And please don't hesitate to remind me about lamps. This time I am investing in the lamps. Because I can barely see anything, and even if I got the night vision, it's the same as with City Skylines. I just can't see in the dark. And I needed to observe all of the hearses going around and picking up all of the dead bodies. It's still so fascinating to me that the hearse could pick up to 10 bodies at the same time. Remember when we were trying to figure out what is this hidden technology that would burn the corpse on site? I mean, inside the hearse. Okay, that's a little bit morbid. But I'm still... It's so funny as a concept. I just can't. I hope that they made it the same way in City Skylines too. Just tell me it happened. Okay, we got a nice grid this time. Now it's time to read FFF. Let's see. Yeah, alright. We got it. We got it. I will try to butcher as little words as I can, but you know me, words are hard at times. Can you just arrived for FFF? So let's enjoy it together. And of course, feel free to add your comments if you want to add some kind of ideas, if you want to tell me what is your impression on today's FFF. Do not hesitate. let's make it into a conversation. Because this FFF actually rocks as Interset. All about asteroids. Hello, welcome to Fear Girls Factorio Friday Facts. FFF, if you will. Over the last few months, you have seen asteroids a few times as a background part of some FFFs. But for all their understated majesty, they were actually quite a complicated trick to pull off. Come with me as I take you on a 3,720 to 1 journey through this asteroid field. Asteroids do concern me. I wonder why. We first started with placeholder asteroids that were just the same as any other sprite. A 2D pre-rendered image with lights and shadows as part of it. This worked, but it looked pretty weird that the asteroids were all orientated the same direction and only moved in the XY plane without rotating. Yeah, but you need to start somewhere, and they can be as deadly as any other asteroids. We need to appreciate each one of them. It's better than the biters. Am I right? I mean, I don't mind these. I hope that this little sprite is included somewhere. So rotation is something that we were talking about going into the asteroid design process. Of course, why not? It's not going to look plain. When we settled on 3 different asteroid types, we could start on the real asteroid designs. Given the setting, it was clear that the asteroids would need to be as visually distinct from each other as possible. So, does that make a difference? We could have used the same conventional asteroid shape for all the asteroid types, and only use color to differentiate them, like with the placeholders. That would require them to be more vibrant than we wanted them to be, but the main problem is that it just wouldn't look as good overall. Instead, we decided to design asteroids to be different in every aspect. Also, I think about colorblind people in this case, and the pens... Okay, I'm not colorblind, so I can't imagine that, but I think that in some cases it would be a bit difficult to see the difference when the color is making the main difference. So it's great that they're adding different shapes to it. And we got metallic carbon and oxides. Can we mine these? Can we destroy them and actually get the resources? That's what I think about it. First, the overall shape. This is important because of the lighting on the asteroids. A large part of identifying them is the shape of their left illuminated side. Metallic asteroids would be heavily deformed, concave shapes of pitted metal. Carbonic asteroids would be convex masses of gravel and dust, a bit more like merged spheres that had been blended together. Oxide asteroids would be hard, faceted shapes with more straight lines and sharp angles. Alright, I like the third one the most so far. For the materials, the metallic asteroids would have a metallic sheen. Carbonic asteroids would be very rough with more gravel-like surface imperfections. Oxide asteroids would be more shiny and glass-like, but less like a clean gemstone and more of a battered, dusty or frosty look. With these things we could have some nice looking and distinct asteroids, but it made another problem worse. The asteroids being very distinct also made it very recognizable when any of them repeated. To avoid noticeable repetitions, we would need loads of variations, and because the sprites are quite large, doing so would be very costly. Another option is to hide some of the similarity by making the asteroids rotate. But we got 7,680 reasons to not rotate. Usually for sprites that need to rotate, such as the character or vehicles, we render a separate image for every rotation so the lighting matches up. While this approach would likely still have worked for this case, it would have been a performance nightmare, with each asteroid class having 5 sizes, each of which would need some amount of variance. And probably at least 64 frames to convincingly rotate. We would have needed a whopping 7,680 frames of animation. Clearly, a different solution was needed. It seemed clear that we would need some method of dynamically applying lighting information to an asteroid. This is where the game artist's best friend, the normal map, comes in. For those not in the know, a normal map is an image which essentially stores the slope of what it is representing. And that's how it looks like right now. I'm just sliding so we can see each option of the asteroid. In order to use this slope information to apply lighting, we need to do some clever maths on it in a shader to reference the slope direction from a fixed point of light. Oh, this looks already better. Look at that, guys. This gives us the diffuse lighting, but there is no color information. As we don't want to create a 50s style space opera, we need our asteroids to not be black and white. So when rendering them, we need to separate out the color information from the lighting information. Oh, actually I was hoping for the 50s style as they mentioned it. I wouldn't mind, that would be cool, but probably in the longer period of time, we could actually find it really boring. We could consider it as something that makes us tired, that we see the same thing over and over and over again. We can blend the generated lighting from the normal map onto our raw color image, and it gives us a good-ish result. Alright. Alright. Oh, I like the one to the left, guys. And now you can figure out that I am in my 30s, that I am getting hyped over the rocks. But look at the one to the left, the big one to the left. Let's call this rock Johnny. Yes, Johnny. However, you will notice a few things. The lighting is very flat, but still it's much better effect than anything else we have seen so far. So far so good. Yeah, pretty rocks even if they are not shiny. The lighting is very flat. The metal of the metallic asteroids and the shininess of the eyes doesn't come through. This is because the shader isn't accounting for the shininess of the materials yet. But we don't want a uniform increase in shininess. It should be different in different areas. So we render out another pass, this time for the specular lighting. We apply this simply by using the diffuse color to handle the reflection color and make the asteroids brighter in the right areas. Ooh, pretty, pretty, pretty. Oh my god. It's already 10 out of 10. I would destroy. No, we're still 21-year-olds with years of experience. Okay, Inter, you might be right in this case. By the way, I don't know if you can see similar, or maybe it's just me, if you see very similar color theme, the blue one and the reddish orange one reminds me of the tree colors. And you know that I love the tree colors in Factorio. I got my favorite tree colors. But the eyes still looks wrong. It is too solid. Eyes allow some light to pass through it and scatter, giving it that beautiful blue glow. This is known as subsurface scattering, or SSS. So, one more image and render pass through those, blended only in the areas where light is indirectly hitting. There is also still a bit too much shadow on all the asteroids, however. While this is technically accurate, since there is nothing to bounce light around in space, it looks unnatural to our Earth-evolved eyes. So we can drop the intensity of the shadow down and add a secondary light source at a complementary angle to the first. Are we ready to see the rocks? Let's get to the right. Still very nice. But I think that the one to the left looks a little bit more flat. Yeah, without the secondary light. Would you look at that? We're hyping over the rocks. I really admire these people. And we are done. Thank you to Irendil and Posile for helping figure out some issues with the lighting calculations. And look at that! I can imagine getting through all of this mess. And I can imagine that each type of asteroid is going to react to different types of weapons. While Yertz's starfield shader and the motion of the asteroids went some way towards showing the player the platform was moving, the effect was overall difficult to see. We needed something obvious and everywhere, but not over the top. One solution would have been the classic warp speed effects of the likes of Star Trek or Doctor Who, but this felt a little cartoony and slightly divorced from the pseudo-realistic style of Factorio. So I settled instead on a compromise of some motion-blurred micrometeorites and interplanetary dust, presumably from all the exploded asteroids, that we're definitely going to make go boom. One method to create this effect would have been spawning huge amounts of smoke and particles with some motion blur. However, particles take quite a lot of resources in large numbers, and since this effect needs to scale with whatever size platform you are viewing, this would result in an exponential increase in cost. Instead, I opted to create a single texture with all of the particles on it, In an effort to further optimize, this texture is then packed with several other textures used in the shader. This keeps the sampler count low while still allowing for lots of detail. Oh yeah! Looks good to me. Yep! Looks good to me. With a little maths on the texture coordinates, we can make this image move, and by masking out the red, green, blue and alpha channels, we can access the packed data that we need. However, the dust is all still moving at more or less the same rate, which looks weird. So we will make the specks and dust move at different rates by simply modifying the speed in the panner function. But we also don't want all the specks to move at the same speed. It would look too much like a single cohesive structure. This is where some of the masking textures come in. We can use image number 1 to selectively mask out individual particles at different times, which helps sell the illusion of many small things moving independently. This is done with a bit of maths to graph a peak around a value, and then assign the target value to a time variable and loop it back around. Currently, the particles are using the trail image at 100% at a time, but they should be less blurred if they are moving slowly. Thanks to some pre-planning when creating the image, we can do this by cutting out pixels below a threshold. Since the trail image is a linear gradient, this means we can control the length pretty easily. We just subtract the target value from the image value. If we repeat the process a couple of times at different speeds and scales, we create a forced parallax effect. For example, dust closer to the camera is larger and moves more quickly. Now, all we need to do is combine it all together and tie the intensity to the zoom level so it's not too distracting when building, and we are done! And this looks amazing. Of course, I wish they could show us the... Is it possible to see it? No, unfortunately not. But I was hoping that they're going to show us the exploding asteroids and how we should handle it roughly. Done with the foreground element anyway. While the dust helps tell the story of movement, the space still feels very 2D. Why are all the asteroids perfectly planar with our platform? So we need some background elements, more asteroids. Again, we could have just created more asteroids that render behind the platform and don't collide, but this seemed suboptimal. Instead, I used a technique called texture splatting to create infinite amounts of asteroids from a single texture, at least containing only a few images. This FFF is already quite long, so I won't go into details, but the function basically splits the screen into a grid and aims to place one asteroid in each with a random offset. For those interested in the technique, Daniel Elliott created a fantastically in-depth YouTube series on its implementation, which is almost the exact implementation used here. The shader splits this image into single asteroids by modifying the UV coordinate of the texture sample. If we create a grid of randomized UVs, we can place these asteroids within them. However, if an asteroid is placed across the boundary of two cells in the grid, it will be cut off. So we needed to reference neighboring cells to find out if they are overlapping the current cell. Thankfully, this can be managed by simply using the same function plus -1 in any given direction. Oh, this is so good. Also, we can see how the asteroids are going to kind of deteriorate when they get destroyed. So we actually get a little bit of it. I haven't noticed that. We give each asteroid a random speed of rotation, motion, and scale, and do the whole thing again at a different scale for parallax, and then do the same and use the same calculations for dynamic lighting as before, and we have infinite fields of asteroids. I don't know if this is cooler than the updates for the trains, like for the train tracks that you can build over the grounds that I always struggle with, but this looks great. But you can work on that, just give us the update for the trains. Thank you very much for coming on this long and technical journey with me. It seems our ship has survived intact. For now. For now, Llamas. As always, never tell me the odds in the usual places. Let's launch the rockets. Thespio! Happy Friday! Did I win? Not really. There is nothing to win this time. Could be fun if the asteroids could collide and change direction or smash together and break. I don't think this is the last article on the asteroids. I think that they are going to be as important as biters, and at least we're going to have some kind of variety. Finally. Because I don't know if you get tired of it, but I can get tired of the biters. Seeing the biters so quickly. And in this case, it looks so much better. You have something else to deal with. Maybe if there could be some more variety in monsters that you meet on different planets, that would be really cool. I don't know what the plans are. Maybe they are doing that already. Who knows? Okay, it seems like we are increasing the amount of fuel that we can provide, so we can possibly cut out all of the coal from this spot, and I think this is gonna work, and I am going to mix it with the solid fuel as well. But how to do that? Okay, it's going to be a little bit brutal. But let's see what is the status right there. We're at 10k out of 25k. I guess we need to add another line of production for the solid fuel, and we're going to just get this done. We need more innocent creatures to murder, I guess so, Thespio, because I don't really think that it makes a lot of sense in Factorio that you're dealing with those biters, but does that make a lot of sense? Not really. It's just kind of a nuisance more than anything else. I never really felt like I need to fight the biters. I need to fight the biters only because there is no other choice, pretty much. Only because I can't turn it off when I am playing already. Wasn't there lightning strikes on the planet? I think so. There is one kind of volcanic planet. That's something that I've seen. But I'm not up to date with all of the Factorio Friday facts. let's change the topic a little bit, because of course I know that I can be considered a great oppressor, which I am, not gonna lie. You know me and my Frostpunk experience and some other experience, although I would like to ask Thespio a question, and pretty much whoever who would like to respond to this question, what are your weekend plans? This is more important. We have seen some rocks, so our weekend is about to rock anyway. But what about your plans, guys? Do you have any? My plan is to work on a tiny project, personal project, nothing fancy. But I really hope to reduce the amount of papers I have, and this time it feels like I have some good method that could help me out with at least getting rid of the papers I don't need and making the piles that would possibly allow me to assess which papers are more important, which are less important. And I found it in some YouTube video. Let me read the list to you, because you might find it interesting and you might actually want to use it. So the paper segregation should, at least according to the guideline, of course, it's not set in stone. You can make it any way you want. Although I know myself that I tend to pile things up, and when I pile things up, I try to divide it into separate groups, and there are way too many small piles, and it doesn't really make much sense anymore because I'm getting overwhelmed with all of the things, and I want to just get rid of the papers that are not important anymore and just remind myself, where do I have the important papers, right? So at least the guidelines that I got this time were to get the long-term important papers first as one pile, and it should be some kind of contracts, taxes, and this kind of stuff, but not receipts. Then the second pile can be memories, so anything that is sentimental, any type of greeting cards, or I don't know, your kids' drawings if you have kids, or anything that is important to you that you would like to keep as a memory piece. Then short term, which is something that you're not sure if you want to keep it, pretty much. The next pile would be the action pile, which means that something you need to do, like with the receipts that you need to work on because of the taxes or something like that. I believe that I marked one of the piles, like two of the piles into one. I believe that I made it into one, but there is some kind of time will tell or reference, which is some kind of papers that you want to reference at some point if you want to buy something and you got some kind of catalog or something like that. If there is a mail with the advertisement and you're not sure if you're going to use it, or maybe there is some kind of coupon code somewhere and you got it printed out, this kind of stuff that you don't know if you're going to use, but this is nothing extremely important. And well, of course, recycling and or trash, so whatever you can recycle, whatever you need to destroy. And this time I'm going to try to separate the papers into piles like this, and probably I'm not going to get through all of the papers this weekend, but I will try to get through some this time, for real. And intervention D&D, yes, for at least 5 hours. Factorio all day, every day. Well, yeah, that's a plan. That's a good plan. Sassy, are you playing some kind of mod currently? I am not sure if we had this conversation already, although I know that... I'm not sure, but I think that you visited like last week or something. Or maybe 2 weeks ago. I tend to play Factorio on Fridays, so I don't remember. Also, let's connect it like this and make it even more awkward. Yuck! I will regret this later. Just try to make it work. Just try to use up this petroleum gas. Oh yes, please. Oh yeah, playing the Pioneers. Is the madness coming already? How many hours you got in Pioneers? I've never played it myself, but well, I visit one of the fellow streamers from Red Circuit stream team who have been playing this, Dr. Doof and Bold Viking. If you are playing Pioneers, you probably know them. Am I right? Also, are these ghosts, or am I imagining things? Yes, some of them are ghosts, and I just can't see things. Building a desk, I hope. I make photos of papers and just add tags to them. Although I don't know if I need tags anymore. Tags on the papers? How do you do that, Inter? Is it some kind of tiny post-it notes that you put on each type of paper or something like that? Because I don't really understand. Or do you put tags on the files that you keep on your PC? Those pictures that you're taking. Speaking of organizing the files on the PC, I've got this great idea, the great recommendation from FireRaiser, who is using tag spaces. This is really good organization system, although it needs to put it in place. So digging through that can be a nightmare if you get a lot of files, a lot of time. Strange thing going on. Let's see if my Docker is working, because I'm not sure if my Docker is working. That is used for restreaming, but in general it is being used for... It should work right now. Let me know, guys, if I am live right now, or use F5 to refresh the page. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I just got a Factorio crash and my PC died for a second. It said it has shown me the error message. Factorio crashed due to video card reset or removal. The video card has been physically removed from the system, or a driver update for the video card has occurred. But I had this a few times. This is very rare, although I might have some video card issues going on. Yeah. So I don't know what's going on. I have lost a piece of save that is not happening for a very long time. But damn, that scared me a little bit. I will have to continue the troubleshooting. In many cases, actually it's the matter of the driver update, but my drivers are up to date. Or maybe I should disable them. Maybe they have been updated in the background, but I never really had this situation other than on stream for something to actually happen like this. Okay. It sounds scary, yes. I was having a conversation with Bolt regarding that. At some point when I raided him, I got this kind of issue. I think I had this kind of issue on Death Stranding as well. And Bolt said that it might be caused by the graphics card not getting enough of the... how to say that? Not to get enough of the electricity. So not getting enough of the power. Which is quite ironic if you keep in mind that I usually have energy issues in Factorio, and I got this issue and everything has broke. Oh dear. Let's pray that it's nothing serious. But I'm going to keep that message and see how it goes. And try to troubleshoot it yet again. Also, it's not incredibly often, on the other hand, sounds scary. That the graphics card has been disconnected, but I was checking it last time. It's just very, very strange, if you ask me. And I would like to avoid my PC from dying. I don't think it will happen, although I try to stay safe and not cause this kind of issues. So maybe it's just an accident that I was not aware of. Let me check one thing in the background. You're not going to see it. It doesn't matter to you guys. I just want to check something. Alright, I'm back. Well, let's just continue. But at least we have read through Factorio Friday facts. And, well, sorry for the technical issues. I hope that we're going to enjoy a little bit more of Factorio. And I need pipes, by the way, I need pipes. So let's save the game more often. And that will help me to avoid this kind of situations. Before this kind of situation happened, I asked Sassy about the Pyanodon's playthrough. 240 hours, the last 100 hours have been no progress because I have been transforming build base into train base. But that's totally fair. I mean, it's still a progress. Maybe not a progress towards the goal itself directly, but you're working on making your base better, so I just hope it's not discouraging you from playing Pyanodons. But you already said that you're going to play Factorio all day, so I guess it's not stopping you from playing Factorio all day. Now research progress, alright, that's fair. But I hope it's not stopping you from just playing it, from continuing it. Because I know that sometimes when I don't make a huge progress, when I don't see it, then I might get discouraged at times. But we already have the rocket launched. We have launched over 100 rockets in this playthrough. But the goal is to try to build less dense, and I am struggling with it so hard. It's good to try something anyway. Where do we go? Where do we go, Llamas? I need to... If I could add some more of the exoskeletons into that little guy. But it's fine anyway. have been considering starting over instead and research more before making train base. Well, I know that pionodons are getting really complex. Like, this is really complex playthrough type of mod. But are you sure you want this? Aren't you going to get bored with the early game? I think these are important questions to be answered before you start over. Or maybe try to copy some kind of solutions that you could possibly use, or pieces of solutions, so you won't feel discouraged in any way. Maybe that could help you, because I would be a little bit worried. Is it possible to start over and keep it up? Or is it getting to some point in game where you are not willing to proceed anymore and you might possibly want to start over again? I don't know. Trying to push through. Think I'm close to making progress again. Yeah, give yourself a little bit of chance before starting over. Or you could play simultaneously, if you want to, of course. But it's some kind of solution as well. There is nothing that couldn't be fixed in Factorio, right? Speaking of fixing stuff, I am trying to reduce the amount of petroleum gas in this bunch of storage tanks to make sure that I start producing the oil products again, that I am cracking that I'm processing the crude oil that I am accumulating in this group of storage tanks, that these refineries are actually working, and they are not willing to work much because we need to deal with the heavy oil right now. And all of it seems like we're suffering from success. We got way too many of the fuel, but believe me guys, we're going to use it up quicker than you think. Especially if we cut out all of the coal from the new power plant. This is the old power plant setup, but if we're going to process all of the fuel to make this fuel and put it into all of this new power plant, this is going to eat everything. Just use the heavy to rehydrate. I think that I'm going to use the heavy oil in the easiest way possible. No brainer. I don't want to think about it much. Just make it into the cubes, into the solid fuel, nothing else. For the light oil, I actually care about making it into rocket fuel, so I could try to filter it out somehow and then possibly use it for the rocket launch or something like that. Ideally, I would love to have all of the power plants powered with the rocket fuel, but I am not making enough, and I was not making it fast enough, because the rocket fuel, when you put it on the belt, it's more energy on the belt that you're storing, right? And it would be great to put it on the power plant like this, but for now it's not possible. I have some. I try to put some onto the belt, but it's not realistic. I am really trying to be realistic this time in this iteration. So in this case, no brainer. I could try to crack it into light oil. I could try to make the light oil, add it to the production of the rocket fuel. I would normally do that. I am doing that in a little bit different spot. This is my old oil cracking base. This is my first setup for oils that I still plan to keep. All of it stays, all of it is going to work. Although some of the products might be used somewhere else, just like the rocket fuel, I want to keep it exclusively for the rocket launch. And the lubricant and other products, the plastic, I am going to just incorporate it into the regular production of the base. But the fuel is not necessarily going to be made into like pure fuel. We'll see how this part of the new oil setup is going to maintain the balance that we do not have. So no brainer in this case. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should just disconnect all of the cables to make it pretty this time. And look, this is... I have placed 3 assembling machines in 3 columns. And I wanted to make this kind of setup. Oh wait, this is for the light oil. I don't care about the light oil setup. Not now. Never mind. I don't want to do it for the light oil. Let's keep the light oil the way it is. Do not touchy because it's gonna break. In the meantime, I'm just going to enjoy the untangling. Damn, I'm getting hyped over these rocks, guys. So many little asteroids, so much fun incoming. And there is one thing that I keep in mind since the last FFF. There should be the type of turrets that can destroy the atomic bomb. Why should you do that in the first place? Alright, I understand if you could have an asteroid that would demand using an atomic bomb, that you would need so much of the power in order to destroy it, but you are getting the weapons that will help you to destroy the atomic bombs that are coming towards you? Really, you think about PvP? Maybe, that would be interesting. Although I would really appreciate if the enemies could use such powerful weapons against you. That would definitely make it more interesting. But PvP is a good option as well, yeah. You need to consume more power to use more cubes. Oh, Sassy, don't worry. We're going to consume a lot of power. I will show you. This base production potential is supposed to be 504 megawatts. We were using 260 megawatts of power, and with what we have right now, I assume that I am going to use 360 to 380 megawatts of power. With the base fully working. Right now the base is not fully working, there is no research getting done, there is no rocket pieces being built, there is no rockets launched, because the beacons have been eating a lot of the electricity, and also we don't have the VIP super exclusive copper smelting for circuits that would make the circuits production bigger, and everything is focused on circuits as always. And if we increase the production of circuits, then the whole base is going to start working. Mossy, welcome again and happy weekend to you. How are you doing today? Also, Mossy, I'm sorry, but I don't remember if your character has survived on the last stream in RimWorld. But I need to warn you that you might be shocked if you visit this Sunday. It might be a little bit difficult to many of you guys. Because I don't remember if you have died or if you haven't died, or if you have been kidnapped. Like half of the base have died, and some of you have been kidnapped. These might be the last days of the Salty Colony number 3. But good news, if I am going to have RimWorld Anomaly, which I still haven't bought, guys. I have it in the cart, still haven't bought it because I think about other games as well. Because there is Steam sale going on. At least I will have the excuse to just start the new run with the RimWorld Anomaly already. I thought you restarted the colony. No, it wasn't the restart. It was the distraction, not the restart. It was 2 very unfortunate raids that happened. Yes. That hurts. I don't want to rage quit the colonies. There is no use in it because I wouldn't learn anything from it. And I have learned a lot by just playing it with you guys. Although at times you were making it much easier. So I had to ask Laser about a few things and learn myself, but without you this colony wouldn't survive for so long anyway. Yeah, llamas, you are way too good. You were helping a silly llama to survive for way too long. I mean, it's not bad, it was just fun to tell stories about your characters, but it makes it awkward if somebody's character has died or became a prisoner, something like that. Then it makes it a little bit awkward. Oh, hi, I'm sorry, but something happened to your character. Again. Yeah. And I guess, guys, you don't want to resurrect the characters anymore, and I wonder if this is related to the anomaly that I announced that I would like to play Rimworld Anomaly, and maybe you want for this colony to kind of end its existence. Which sounds really difficult. I'm getting attached to this base. What can I do? I believe in you and your colony. You might be one of the last llamas who believe in that. If you turn off adaptation in the storytellers, it will not ramp up if you get wealth. Adaptation? I will have to check it, because I never really messed with the options, and of course we can try to reduce the difficulty level, but it wouldn't be so fun. So I would prefer to keep losing is fun, but the adaptation turn off, I'd say, yeah, we should not have rates adjusted to wealth. No. Makes note, more tornadoes. As long as they are throwing the exceptions, then yes, I accept these kind of tornadoes. Oh, by the way, I hope that you're aware of the fact that if we're going to start Rimworld Anomaly, I might be forced to disable Twitch Toolkit because I know that it might not be adjusted to the newest version of the game yet. So please keep in mind that I might have to play it as single player, unfortunately, until the mods get adjusted, get updated. There is some kind of mess going on here. Or am I imagining things? This? Yep. Now it looks pretty. Yeah, so this will be... I will copy it, paste it, absolute no-brainer, and we will try to reduce the amount of heavy oil as much as we can, so we just start the production based on crude oil. Like, something will have to happen in these oil refineries because they are chilling right now. What game are you talking about? Rimworld. Yes. I am playing Factorio on Fridays and Rimworld on Sundays. If you would like to visit, then at 2 p.m. UTC, we're going to have a Rimworld playthrough. And I am using a mod that allows you to influence the game. So if you want to send something, it can be tornado, it can be some negative effect, it can be positive effect, it can be the weather changing, it can be sending the hay to feed the animals, or you can actually send the animals. Happened to us a few times. Then yeah, feel free to join. Speaking of animals, You're not willing to send 100 chickens anymore, huh? I think that it was one stream when I got 200 chickens. Redeemed like 100 chickens, joined the colony, and then another 100 chickens, and then some other random chickens. And at some point I had over 360 chickens that were also reproducing. And I was trying to take care of all of that mess. But you know what helps in this case? Either Siege or Plague. Dreamworld, thought you were saying Dreamworld. Yeah, you need to get used to the fact that I tend to butcher some words at times and my pronunciation might not be the best at times, but I'm trying my best. Sorry. I was scared to do Anomaly. Oh my god, yes, this is scary as hell, I admit that. But I am looking forward to it so hard. Like, this is what I need. And you know that I am scared of things? Especially the invisible things? But I'm willing to try it out of curiosity. Are we going to survive? Maybe the level is going to be lowered for anomaly purposes, but I'm just so curious about it. I can't help myself. And you know what happens when you're curious, right? So a llama or 2 or 3 might die in the process by accident. Not on purpose, of course. But anything can happen, pretty much. There is something wrong going on here. Yep. So, Mossy, are you willing to become a character in Anomaly, even if bad things might happen? I might need some volunteers. No worries, the pronunciation is not a problem. I mean, seriously, I know that my pronunciation could be much better. I'm working on that, at least trying to work on that. So sorry in advance. I'm really doing my best. Alright, this is plugged in. Okay. This is good, llamas. We're going to have so much fuel that is going to be used so quickly. Oh, you will see how quickly it's gonna be used. I won't be surprised. I know what to expect. Also, I know this is getting attached in a very bad way. You kill a cat? What is that? Not very interested in Dreamworld? Okay, that's fair. That's quite brutal game, in the way. It might not be for everyone, but you're invited anyway. Either to Dreamworld stream or Factorio or whatever we're going to play in the future. Because we still got like Darkest Dungeon and other fun games, Terraria. What have I played in the past? Quite a few games. Yuthi is here. Hello, Yuthi. Let's have a shout out to a lovely streamer in the chat that I met because of Dreamworld or Darkest Dungeon. I don't remember. I'm dying a little bit right now, so I will be quiet. Oh no, what's happening? Yuthi, I hope that you will feel better. Whatever is going on, I hope it's temporary. And if you need to talk, then let me know if I can help in any way. Darkest Dreamworld, in a way, yes. Very dark one. Okay, the little guys are going to build everything. Now I will need some kind of balancer, because this is a mess. But are we reducing the amount of heavy oil? That's the question. Light oil, we're not producing anything because we need to see if we're reducing the heavy oil. Yeah, you need to start working on something. Just do something. Of course, I can see that there are some ghosts here and there. I'm not working on that. I don't care. Yeah, we are slowly reducing the amount, but I will try to plug it into the new power plant, this power plant exclusively. Let's see if I can make it work. Probably not. We'll see, we'll see. It would be the best to get rid of this pond or lake, whatever you call it. Just a giant pond. But because I'm lazy and I know that probably we don't have enough of the landfill, because I never have enough of the landfill, even if I produce it all the time. Not anymore, we need another chest. So we don't have enough to fill it. We will have to work it around, but we got rails in here and this is what I need. I need an update that will allow me to put the rails on top of the transport builds. Please, I need it. I need it so bad. But let's make some kind of... Let's make some kind of shortcut and we will cut this... We will cut this part out. Because it's providing coal. We don't want to use the coal, remember? Also, I just don't believe that this is sustainable in the way, because we're getting the coal from this patch. It's 4.6 million. This is not enough. Obviously not enough. Okay, we're getting to the south somehow. But how am I going to handle this curve right there? Without doing landfill, by the way. I need to... I'm very unhappy about that. Very unhappy. You brought this to yourself, Llama. I should remember that, and I should regret this a lot. Let's try to mark... yeah. Sure! So this is one of the connections. This is the second one that I am planning to make, and this is the third one. And of course I want to use some of this coal, but we will add it somehow. I'm not worried about that right now. Let's just make sure that I will handle all of this. Clean the trees. So the plan is that the newest production of the fuel is going to power up the new section of the power plant. And there are a few little pieces missing, but it shouldn't interrupt us from doing anything. And this production is so low, it's funny. We shouldn't even have this kind of low production. We're just not making anything. We're just waiting. This base is idling. It's 100% idle state. And it's actually sad when I see this, because I know that this base should work all the time. But if we can resolve the energy related issue, and then if we can resolve the circuits issue, both the green and red, because this is the main production problem, then I think we should be okay. Also, I'm not sure, but probably I have some of the belts in the logistics trash slots. Ouch! Probably they have been in the... not in the stretch clothes for this one. Good for you, Llama, good for you. But we need to request even more of the belts this time. I don't know if we're in the net... Yeah, we're in the network. Alright. I just shouldn't leave the network? No, that should be alright. So, the trees are friends. I've got the right to burn my friends. We're going to keep the wood somewhere, because I know that usually... Oh, yeah. That usually my trains are not getting enough of the fuel. The fuel is sometimes depleting and I forget to refuel the trains like this one. At the beginning, roughly at the beginning of the stream, I figured out, hey, that train needs some fuel, but maybe I will do this later and I forgot it. Well, now let's see if we are delivering this fuel exclusively to one of the parts, and I don't think so. Ooh, this is a mess. This is a mess. We might just want to cut it out and see how it works, and then maybe use a splitter in order to split a little bit to this part that it usually went to. We see. If something stops working, then I will figure out that, yeah, it stopped working. Now we are not in the logistic network. Great. If I can give somebody absolutely unnecessary advice, because you probably know this so much better than I do. If you're making blueprints, learn to make blueprints as the grid so you can have your logistic network placed in the way that you will avoid really, really strange spots where you're not in the logistic network, and that might cause trouble. And this is the problem that usually the future Llama is supposed to handle. And now I am the future Llama, and I might be a little bit disgusted with myself for the choices I have made in the past. Anyway, you can see that still everything is based on the yellow belts, and this is because my logistic network is not good enough in order to upgrade every single piece of belt in my base, because I don't have a good grid of the logistic network. But I will learn at some point, just not now, I guess. Of course I regret it a lot. But there will be more time to regret it, I'm sure of that. So we got 3 belts. I will just assign it to this piece, and that's it. I might want to make some kind of emergency option. Let's call it like this. So let's make a split. I might really need that split. And without much thought, let's just split it like this. So whatever fuel is going, it's going somewhere, but I don't really care about this, if it's going to be depleted or not. Most of the fuel from the new oil base that is kind of, you know, no-brain production, only fuel production, without oil cracking or anything. We just use the existing product and we try to make it into fuel, whatever. everything goes straight into this power plant that you can see in the south, and I'm waiting for all of the coal to deplete, but probably it's going to deplete fast. Of course, I don't have any radars here to actually make sure that I am depleting it fast. Thank you for the bonk, another nerd. Yep, I love to use bonks as well, so totally understandable. I like to bonk hacks out of context. It's just, he's always so surprised. Why did I get the bonk? And I'm like, oh, it was just a friendly bonk. So yeah, I can relate, another nerd. I just hope that you're having a good weekend so far. And that you have nice plans for the weekend, no matter if it's actually a plan, or maybe it's just a plan to stay up until late, or sleep until late. It's some kind of plan as well. Of course I had to miss it. The salty train arrives. That's full salt, Llamas. Anyway, at least we can see where the coal is going, like how much we have used up. And this, we have used it really, really quickly. So it's good that I am actually redirecting the production, because that would be bothering me very soon, sooner than I thought. Let's add one more radar so I make sure that I can see everything that is going on in here. And when I disconnected this, wow, it depleted so quickly. Like, I'm glad that we are going to use the solid fuel. Mostly solid fuel mixed with a little bit of rocket fuel, but actually this rocket fuel should be filtered out and maybe used for the old power plant. What is the problem? Why do I mention filtering out the rocket fuel? Because I know that the boilers are going to get the certain type of fuel if they are not, they are waiting for the same item to add to the stack. So if I got coal as the fuel in the boiler, this is my stack that I am waiting for. So the inserter is waiting to pick up the coal from the belt, and if I am mixing it with way too many types of fuel, it's not good either, because this boiler is going to wait exclusively for coal, and well, if it uses up the coal at last, it's going to pick up the first resource that it can pick up, but I would have to wait for it, and then we're going to have a lot of product on the belt, but it's not going to be loaded onto the boilers because the boilers are waiting for the certain type of fuel to be used. So it's not a good option either. I think I should filter out. Okay, let's try to filter it out while we can. Let's stop it. I hope it's not going to mix. Oh, it would mix soon. Let's assume that we have... And sorry, sometimes I am going to use E for... like, not on purpose. It's accidental in this case. Because somewhat it is closer and I confuse it with the rotation in RimWorld. I don't know why. R for rotation makes much more sense and I got used to it so much. Muscle memory, Llamas. Alright, let's filter out the rocket fuel. And let's see how it works. I might want to make it into something else. Let's see if we can connect ourselves to the network. that might be a little bit difficult, although there is a little bit of the connection right there, so I can possibly use it for the provider chest, so all of the requester chests might request from this one, or maybe make it buffer or whatever. But if we use a logistic chest, let's make it provider. If I add the provider chest and try to pick it up, I don't think it's going to be that awful. Oh, no. What have you done, Llama? You need to filter out everything and send it to the left side. Like, if you look the opposite way. Yeah. So the output priority to the left. So now we might want to filter out everything. Yep. Just filter it out. And in this case, I will have to pick up all of this stuff. Oh, no. Actually, I didn't want it. But of course, I haven't thought about that before. Yeah. This provider chest might actually load really quickly. Yeah, there is a chance it's going to load really quickly. Let's add the RoboPort and see if we can connect it to something. To whatever that is going to give us this logistic access. Even if it hurts a little bit, if it's not aligned to the grid, yeah. I don't have everything calculated so nicely and it's not going to look nice. Everything started to fall apart and look, let's say, less aesthetically pleasing when I started to build RoboPorts. And I was expecting something else to happen. I thought that I am leaving enough of the space in the base, which I don't do. This was not enough. But at least we got passive provider chest. In this case, I am waiting for all of the boilers to use up the fuel. Yeah, we're just going to wait. And what is the production? Energy production is so low. I could possibly plug in the rocket silo because it is turned off on purpose with the power switch. Let's try to turn it on and see how it goes. It's probably going to cause a huge crisis. You will see, guys. So right now we're getting that science unpacked because we have used all of it. Oh my god, we have used all of it. Even the purple science and the blue science that I have most issues with because I am not producing enough. It already built up quite a bit of a production, so we got a buffer for the research to be done. So in this case, I want for the energy weapons damage to be finished, but then we're going to get back to the mining productivity and then to the worker robot speed. But because this base has started working, not really, because I can see that some of this is disconnected, and I will try to maybe connect the power poles somehow. Let's make it a huge mess. But I need to connect it, at least with the RoboPort. The production is still very low. It's 138. It's incredibly low. But the rocket silo is already consuming the electricity. although it's not getting the ingredients because we don't have this plugged in, but somebody, some kind of bot should construct this electric pole. Because we got electric poles in the... Tell me we got electric poles in the... Is this a separate network? It's not. So a bot should actually start the production. Okay, start the production by throwing in the electric pole in here, because everything is connected. I think this is the one. Is this the one? Yes, this is the one. Go, little guy. Go, go, go. There is no wire at the pole at the light to rest of the poles. Yes, yes, yes. And now everything is connected. Let's see. There is item ingredient shortage. But I think that everything should be connected from now on. And the stack inserter is rotated. It was rotated on purpose, so we need to change that as well. But to do that, I need stack inserter. That will have to be put as a ghost here. Okay. So now we are starting the production for real, because everything that is supposed to kickstart the production of this base is either based on the rocket silo and building the rockets or doing the research. And right now I'm doing both at the same time. Let's see how it works right now. 160, this is not enough. We need to use more. I mean, I know that we are about to produce more soon. The demand will be higher, much higher. Can you see all of that spikes and drops? This is the moment when the assembling machines were probably not working, mostly in terms of making electronic circuits. By the way, are we going to... We got 64 rocket parts. And I wonder... Well, we could put beacons around, by the way, but I don't know how much of the electricity it's going to eat. We're getting to 190 megawatts. Slowly, gently. This is how you just drain your colony, your base. Sure. You know what, Llamas? I don't know how fast we're going to get more rocket parts. Now we got 71, so I will leave it. I will go AFK. The rockets are going to be launched automatically, so I will save the game and go AFK for about, I don't know, 4 minutes or something like that. I will try to keep the 4 minutes break, but let's just leave it at the rocket silo. I will throw the be right back sign, but wait for it. Wait for it. I will try to keep the rocket silo in the way that you can see when the rocket is getting launched. And yeah, I should be back in about 4 minutes. So, Llamas, if you can, use this break as well to stretch a little bit so you won't turn into Exemplar from Darkest Dungeon 2 with absolutely broken spine. And get some snacks, get some water. I need to get some water as well. And I will see you after this rocket launch. And maybe another one. I don't know. We'll see. Thank you, thank you. I'm back. Thanks for waiting, Llamas. It seems like my break took 1 rocket in total, because we're really close to about 60 rocket parts, so this was the amount that we had when I went on a break. Mr. M is here, hello! How are you? Hello, Llamas, how is everyone doing? Mama Llama getting something to drink? Yes, I was getting some water, giving Laser a hug. I was having a brief conversation with him and yeah, and now I am back and let's try to check what is the production. See, it got up to 248 megawatts. I expected much more, but actually this base started working. And now let's see how the production looks like in the other places. Because I can expect that right now the amount of items on the builds is much lower. And I can imagine we will have a problem with pretty much everything. See, there is an issue with the plates, with the iron plates. There is an issue with copper plates. There is an issue with the electronic circuits, of course. So we are running into shortages really slowly. What about the red circuits? The red circuits are okay, but I believe it is tied to science. Maybe there is something that... Are we doing the research? Let's see if we're doing the research. Llamas, there's something wrong. Okay, there is disco going on. For sure. Alright. So the base is kinda supposed to work the way it should, but it's still not enough of the energy that we are using unless these... Unless the efficiency modules are so great. I don't know. I never really used them before. I was kind of forced to use them this time. Mr. M, how is life treating you? Oh no. Look, we are getting rid of the fuel. Oh, come on. I told you this is going to be used up so fast, but I didn't expect that fast. Okay, just replace it and we will have to incorporate the rocket fuel. But I have an idea for that already. That is a good launch amount. Yeah. So we should keep it for the next stream, for the next Factorio stream, that my break should take about 1 rocket launch, like 1 rocket production. Ooh, what do we say to the trains? Not anymore. At least I'm not scared by trains. I was bragging about it in the past. I don't know who can remember that, but I was bragging about not getting hit by the train. And at some point I got hit by the train. That was very unfortunate. Back then I had really bad microphone settings and my noise gate was set in a really bad way. So you couldn't really hear my scream because it was already cut. But I screamed back then. And somebody had to clip this, of course. I mean, I don't mind clipping. That's how we just keep the nice memories, right? On the other hand, feels bad that I got this achievement. Wait, Llamas, there is something wrong. Of course it is, because we're not pumping the petroleum gas. Maybe that's what is wrong. Well, guess what? Life has been good. It was my mom's birthday yesterday, so baked her a cake. Oh, that's so sweet. The cake is sweet, obviously. Llama, come on. I've just played a bit of Fallout New Vegas, but after it crashed, I think I will walk the dog. Yeah, the doggo needs to have some fun as well, and the pee time. But what happened that your Fallout game has crashed? I hope that you saved the game before that. Feels bad, man. I hope you haven't lost anything. I had a crash today as well. My Factorio got crashed. And I got this strange message again. Factorio crashed due to video card reset or removal. And I am not sure what is the reason for that, so... I didn't have this for a while and I get this again, so I am a little bit worried. Right, Llamas, let's add some more lines because this is not going to resolve anything if I will keep adding like this. Oh no, 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 I'm not going to remove your names. Oh no. Cute bunny of death. Oh my god, you're cute and you're scary at the same time. What a nice username. Thank you so much for following and enjoy today's Factorio chill stream. I hope you're having a good time and I hope that you're having a good weekend in general. Mr. M says, nah, it's just a thing New Vegas does, kinda expected from a 10-year-old game. Seen someone say, if your save files don't look like a slideshow of what you've done, you're doing it wrong. Ooh, feels bad. Feels like something you could say about Skyrim. Also, please remember, Mr. M, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, right? But still feels bad that your game crashed. It can be so frustrating in a way. Wait, how am I going to resolve this? This will be a little bit annoying, but I have to... Yeah, I have to move things around. And I don't want to destroy all of these lovely names that I already placed on the map. So we're going to do it slightly different way, but I need another belt full of the fuel. Full of the fuel while we still can make it. 1, 2, no, we need another belt right there. And of course it's going to be a little bit annoying, but whatever I can do. How's the production going? Because I need to use all of the resources available. Just produce all the time, no matter what. The crude oil amount is decreasing, but I need to make sure that we can handle it. Also, I need to remind myself about that train, but I don't care about this train right now. But we will see the shortages soon. I'm sure about that. The amount of petroleum gas is still pretty high in comparison to the other stuff. So I think that we will have to add another line of chemical plants just to make solid fuel as soon as we can. As fast as we can. The light oil amount is growing. Wow. Whatever we get, whatever product we get, we just want to make it into solid fuel or rocket fuel. It doesn't matter. We just want to make the energy. Like the source of energy. But what is happening right there? Are we going to supplement this source with something else? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because I made a huge mess. And in some cases, I think that I was trying to plug stuff in. Yes, I was trying to plug stuff in from here. Okay, good. Exactly the way I'm trying to be kinda a good guy this first playthrough. Yep, that sounds fair. And I can relate to that. How many of you are trying to be the good one? Even if maybe it's worth it to be the bad one in the playthrough. But you just can't do that. It's not necessarily that you're playing like lawful good character or something like that, but you're trying to be as good as you can. And by the way, there is a really, really big mistake I've made with this. because I have blocked the way of, yeah. I think I should just replace those with just regular splitters or something like that. Somebody pick this up, please, because I don't want to go there. That's gonna be annoying. But I just prefer to incorporate the rocket fuel. Okay, let it be. Whatever. But the amount of fuel that we're using is already high. And we're at 250 megawatts. It still can get higher and higher. I remember when Frostpunk, the last autumn, just came out, I tried to do it without crossing the line, but after failing a couple of times, I snapped and made a labor camp. What about the New World Order? Have you ever got to New World Order? Can you imagine that I have so many hours in Frostpunk, but I was afraid to get to New World Order? For some reason, I was afraid of it. Because I believe that both ways make fanatics. Like, if you're getting into New World Order, you're crossing some line already, and I'm not ready for it. On the other hand, since I can play RimWorld at last, because I was very, very hesitant, I didn't really want to play RimWorld in the past, because I knew that my moral choices might be different than what I believe in, and I wanted to be the good one because I like to be the good one even if I play games. Although sometimes you're forced to do something that is not the kind of value that you believe in real life, and I got this kind of clash at times, and it makes me really uncomfortable as a player. On the other hand, I started playing survival games, let's say Frostpunk, this war of mine, and I started understanding that sometimes if you really want to survive or win the game, you will have to do the stuff that you don't necessarily want to, but is the least awful option available. And speaking of Frostpunk, the last autumn, I got this really, really strange clip. Remember that you can add funny pills to the meals. So the people actually have more energy to build the very first generator ever. Remember that? There was a promise that I have made, because if they were consuming too many meals with funny pills involved, there were some deaths. And I figured out that, okay, maybe it's worth it to just stop adding those funny pills. I call it funny pills because I don't want for YouTube to think about it the wrong way, because I'm multi-streaming, but also I don't know how to call it really. So funny pills, but not really funny pills, you know. Very unfunny, actually. And accidentally I wanted to check if I turned off the funny pills, that I turned on the funny pills, and I broke the promise. Yeah. My first playthrough, I've almost took it, as I was struggling a lot because I wanted to let the Londoners stay, starting with watchtowers but slowly getting prisons and propaganda, as it was the only way to save most people and let the city survive. It was a real eye-opener to how far someone, in this case me, was willing to go for survival. Yes, this is... I know, especially if you're going for throwing, like, just looking for people to throw them in prison because they are not saying things according to your kind of values in game as the leader. This is scary. And then also in the last autumn you had the daily executions involved, and it was just too much for me. I was trying to avoid this as much as I could, and I think I survived without the daily executions, but it was normal level of the playthrough. Most likely I still have the save games. Yeah, the motivational pills, exactly. Some people can't get enough of the funny pills, and some of them should avoid them, definitely. Can you imagine that I never added the sawdust into a meal? I just prefer it to be like less filling meal and make it into a soup and make people unhappy just to avoid adding sawdust to make them sick. There are some things that I never really wanted to change. And also, Snow Pit is the best thing ever because it helps you to do the transplantations that will help people to get better faster. So, sorry, but you will never get the cemetery when I'm playing. It was mostly that the increase was so gradual that I didn't notice it until the end screen where it says, if you crossed the line, after which I sat a bit stunned for a couple of minutes. Exactly. Because the game is supposed to call you out on things that you have done, even if you tried to do your best to make it possibly the best playthrough you could make it. The game was always trying to call you out on not helping somebody, on crossing the line, on just how to say that, on just using the trust of the community of the existing scenario. Yeah, that is scary. On the other hand, I like games that consider this kind of problems because, well, because this is eye-opening, that's why. What doesn't work? Oh no, okay, the train has started, so the requester just cannot really place things in or something? Okay, you will get some rocket fuel. Bye bye, train. Ah, stop. Stop, you'll get some more fuel because you never know. You never know. Let's give it some fuel. Bye bye, Mr. Train. We will see the shortages anyway, because the shortages are, yeah, these are severe shortages. If we increase the amount of smelting, then we will increase the energy used. Right now we're at, let's say, 250 megawatts of energy produced. But you will see that right now when this train arrives, it already arrived. When it's going to unload everything, now we're going to start bigger production, and probably it's going to start in a lot of... It is going to start production in a lot of places where it couldn't start the production. I just give them soup and booze. Cold homes? Yeah, what do you expect with that promise game? Such a stupid demand. Everyone needs a warm house to be able to work. Never accepted. Love it too. That's one of the reasons why Frostpunk is my favorite game. Yes, this is one of my favorite games too, although I think that Death Stranding got really close to my types of games. But Death Stranding is slightly different. There is this survival aspect, there is this moral aspect, but I just really like delivering stuff and picking up random parcels that have been overlooked, that have been abandoned. Can't help that. So I think that my favorite top 3, top 5 is about to change because I need to squeeze in Death Stranding somewhere. Okay, let's see what's the situation like. Heavy oil, good amount. Light oil, good amount, but we could add more production here. Petroleum gas, we should add more production. Oh my god. And also there is a train that is providing the crude oil, but also we got a separate crude oil yield that is working all the time and is supplying this area directly with the crude oil. So this is my kind of backup just in case of not having enough of the crude oil. So we will just produce a little bit and we will produce a little bit of fuel. In this case, we are not using the full potential of these steam engines. Look at those steam engines. Look at the power output in the bottom right corner. This is like halfway. I don't mind heating the houses, but keeping them heated for 2 days afterwards whilst I see it's going to decrease by 2 amounts is just brutal. It will maybe change for me in July as Frostpunk 2 comes out then. I don't know. It's probably going to be cold anyway. And I'm sure that they will going to keep the heating the houses. This is such a standard thing to have. Such a standard promise to have. I don't expect this thing to change. And also we need to keep people warm, otherwise they will get sick and they will lose their hands and they won't be able to work. It depends. If you got the prostheses, to actually give them the prosthetic arms and legs for them to be able to work. It depends what can you sacrifice, the arms and legs or some coal. And when I say sacrificing arms and legs, why do I think about Dreamworld again? The current colony, Salty Colony number 3 in Dreamworld, is suffering from lack of legs and arms. I believe that there is a significant lack of legs that we will have to do something about. Heat is a big thing in Frostpunk 2, together with everything linked makes it interesting to me. In general, the heating is so important that you can't really make Frostpunk a good game without it, right? It's not sacrificing, it's replacing obsolete parts of the human body. Ooh, not everyone is this way. Some people just prefer to have their own worm pieces of body pieces. Yeah. Not everyone likes this kind of stuff. Not everyone is a body modder, right? That was a trait from Dreamworld, body modder. Was it body modder? Something similar. Alright, Llamas, we're going to double that because I don't think it's going to work this way. Let's double the amount and see if it's going to change anything. Of course, we need to increase the production of other sources. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Is it lined up? It is. Okay, fine. True, though this sentence I can't get out of my head from the Frostpunk 2 trailer is Stewart, this caller will kill us. Don't know why, just like how it sounds. Oh, interesting. Damn, I guess that I will try to play Frostpunk after it gets released immediately. Even if it's going to be... Well, how to say this? I'm going to become one of these streamers that would like to play it right after the release immediately. Although it's not the best strategy for streamers my size. However that sounds. But we'll see. But damn, now I am curious about it, Mr. M. Yeah, to be honest, if body modding or neurochips or something would come out IRL, I would not take it. I would be very hesitant as well. Llamas. That's a question to everyone else. I am curious, would you like to get some artificial body parts? Assuming that you don't need them, would you try to replace your working body parts? Replace them with the artificial parts if you would have the opportunity, if you would have enough of the money, of course, to do that. Because I can definitely see it as a positive, and I would love to see more people to be able to use hands again. Those who have lost hands and it could improve their lives. This is awesome that we live in these times. But somehow I think that just getting rid of your working body parts, that is perfectly fine, would be a little bit controversial to me. For the sake of just replacing it with something that is not supposed to break down in any way. That would be very controversial to me. I couldn't do that myself. I would struggle with that really, really hard. Because I would think if it is unfair towards the people who really need these hands and who could really use them, and that it could really improve their lives, and that everything is okay with my hand or leg or whatever, so why should I replace it right away if it's working? Oh no, we don't have engine units. How is that possible? Never mind. Yes, I am still streaming, Kenny. I just had a little bit of technical issue because my stream broke, but we're back. Are you on your lunch break? Are you going to hug bells? Because you said you're going to do that. I'm waiting to hear from you that you have hugged bells. It's not like I'm threatening you to do that or anything, but I think that Bells could use a really nice hug. I got distracted and had the stream is offline until I refreshed. No, it was my technical difficulties. But you should have just refreshed the page and it's back. Thank you for lurking. But please remember to do not get caught at work. I know I will, though I recommend watching a video or maybe the beta to see if the game is something for you. No, Mr. M, I think that I would just play it. Yes, spine and heart, please. Okay, heart is a little bit more risky in this case because you might not be able to survive it until you need the heart to be replaced. Okay, in heart case, if you consider that your heart is possibly failing, then I understand that you might want to do it in advance. Okay, because you might not have any other opportunity to do that in the future. Of course, we're assuming everything, so it's just, you know, it's just theory, guys. Please remember about that. Although, I don't know. The spine... Yeah, but we could say the same thing about pretty much everything else. about hands, legs, eyes, whatever we can think of. And that gets into this very, very risky thing that you might just try to look for another excuse to get another body part replaced with the artificial part that is probably going to be better, but would you still feel human? What makes us humans? And/or llamas? And/or llamas in human puppet suits? Yeah, let's keep the joke going. Obviously. Oh my god, no! The train tracks. We're not discussing this, we're getting the update for Factorio, and it's going to be much better than it is right now. Oh, jeez. You haven't seen this. You haven't seen this. For God's sake. I can't, she's already back at work. What a terrible husband I am. Oh, Kenny. You didn't remember to give Belle's hug from me. You were a bit jealous, were you? Because I wanted to hug Belle's and I don't have the opportunity. Alright, we'll walk the dog now and then go to sleep as I'm awake for 14 hours now. Oh no, you need to get some good sleep. Mr. M, thank you for a lovely conversation as always. And have a good rest and a lot of fun with your doggo, of course. Make sure that you will give your doggo the best belly rubs and ear scratches and a good walk. Good luck with Factorio and see you hopefully on Sunday. Alright, see you on Sunday then. To be honest, don't know why, but for the longest time I thought Belle's was your dog. No, Belle's is Kenny's wife. To be honest, don't know who Gooberhead is. Okay, Gooberhead was Kenny's wife, but in Frostpunk. I accidentally attached them to each other because I was not checking who is married to who, and you could see this kind of connections in Frostpunk if you looked closely, but I just attached the names to all of the engineers, and we figured out that Gooberhead is married to Kenny, but they're not married in real life. It's just an ongoing joke for everybody who remembers the Frostpunk days. Yes, Gooberhead is kind of stream wife. Gooberhead got married to me thanks to Llama Mama back during her Frostpunk playthrough, exactly. And since then, they are just making this a joke all the time. But yeah, it's been so many years, it's been a lot of fun. Yeah, I should make that wiki. Because I will start forgetting all of these fun little silly things going on. Alright, good to know. Good luck there. Yes, Mr. M, get some good sleep. And hopefully see you on Sunday stream. Yeah. I think I will be ending the stream soon as well. But for some other reasons. Because my back hurts a little bit. And the reason why my back hurts a little bit is silly as hell. I had a tiny accident, Llamas. And that tiny accident, let's say that it still hurts, even if it's been a few days already. So when I was going on a walk with Laser, I stumbled upon something. And I fell, but I have managed to use my hands to actually hit the ground with my hands, and there was an impact on my hands, arms, and since then my arms hurt, and one of my human puppet feet hurts. So yeah, great, Llama, you shouldn't go out. because you're going to hurt yourself by accidents, by stumbling upon random rocks and stuff. That was awful. And it still hurts a little bit, so my arms were hurting me for a few days in the row, and I still feel a bit overworked at times, even if it's been a while already. So yeah. Of course, that was unexpected. I just didn't see that I am going to stumble upon something, and that's why I felt really unfortunate, to say the least, and I'm suffering the consequences of that. So at least I'm attending the how do you call it, the physiotherapy, I believe. So I'm getting the massages to make sure that nothing is wrong anymore, but it still hurts a little bit. Are those belts supposed to be mixed? Yes, they are supposed to be mixed as much as they can be, because all of it goes to the new part of the power plant, and I need to produce as much of the fuel as I can out of this oil. So yes, mix all of the product. It's mostly solid fuel, but also it is a little bit of rocket fuel. But yes, we want to mix this in. Just making sure. It was kind of making my eye twitch. You're on Twitch, so it's perfect for you, don't you think? Yeah. Of course, mixing the fuel on the belts is not such a good idea if you want to put it into the boilers, and I am aware of that. On the other hand, for now I don't care, because I want to put any type of fuel, any, just to make some. By the way, this is not connected. Oh sure. And now the lazy botbots are going to do all of the hard work, because I don't care. I couldn't care less. I am trying to give them the opportunity to work. And something I forgot about, and I said this before, I said that before I started working on the heavy oil, I mentioned that, oh, this is not mirrored version. Probably I have made like about 3 columns in here, and there is not enough of the parables. They don't really look nice in the mirror, but I said I am not going to work on that, and now I can see that it looks like a total mess. But at least in this case I am going to keep it like a total mess. But in this case, as I said, no brainer. We are making solid fuel out of petroleum gas, rocket fuel out of light oil, and solid fuel out of the heavy oil. I know you could do cracking, you could get any other products, but this is not the place to make any other products. This is the place where you make fuel only, exclusively, to make sure that the base is working. The place for other products is the old part of the base, which I am not going to remake in any way right now. I'm going to keep it the way it is. And yeah, there will be a lot more of the work on this new power plant, but I believe that it's going to pay off the best way possible. Oh, wait a minute, what's going on here? Probably not everything is connected the way it should be, or I just picked the wrong electric network, because I have separate small electric networks that are powering only the fast inserters. But we are still around 250 megawatts. We can do better than that. See, the electronic circuits production is non-existent. The production of iron plates is non-existent. even if we're backtracking some things, it is terrible. And of course the red circuits are going to be affected, but luckily we are not using a lot of red circuits. And the blue circuits, don't get me started on this, because we're not providing enough in the first place. What's the rocket launch status? Because I know that... Okay, we have launched 4 rockets on today's stream, but it's still not enough. Are we making science? Yes, we're making science, although do we have a buffer? Yeah, the buffer is getting used, I think. Yeah, it's slowly getting used, but I increased the amount of the blue science, so the blue science should be okay as far as we can make the red circuits going, but I can see that there is problem with the production. Yeah, there is a problem with the production of the engine units, because we don't have the regular source of the plates. See, we just don't have the regular source of plates, and everything falls apart. And why is that happening? Because we're using a lot of these plates to make the circuits, and that's why we need the super VIP exclusive smelting for the circuits. But not only copper smelting, but also the iron smelting, and I might want to remake one of these into the iron instead of copper and then plug it in as the output. But do we have enough of the input of the ore? Because I know that this might be the big issue as well. It seems like we're getting enough of the ore. Unbelievable. It mixes with this really small iron ore patch, which is my 1 million ore patch. And it's really tiny. Only half of these belts is actually providing the real amount of ore, like the good amount of ore. But it doesn't look good. I mean, we're trying. We're really trying, but it's not enough to even fill the belts completely. And then we have to steal it immediately just to smelt the steel plates. And for steel plates, we should have super VIP exclusive smelting as well. So we should have smelting and smelting and smelting. And we don't even have enough of the ore in the first place. What's happening? By the way, I might want to dig out this little amount of ore, because we could use pretty much anything. And I could plug it into this. Oh no, this is copper, sorry. So that's why I assume that we're not producing to the best of our abilities. This is not the full production. Don't think about it as the full production. So at least for now, it seems like the general issue with the power is resolved, and I think I can consider this done. But when we start the real production, I can assure you guys that it's not going to look so good. By the way, do we have more chemical plants? What is going on here? Why we're not getting enough of the items? Wait, I need to see this. What's going on? Probably we are not getting enough of chemical plants, and this might be tied to the lack of something. We're not getting enough of the plates, so the iron plates are the problem. So right now we're getting back to smelting, but when we get back to smelting, we will increase the production, and then we will eat all of the excess. No, it's just F5. It's not F. It's F5. If you don't see Twitch working, then you need to refresh. You see the movement, but can you hear the sound? Alright, so we're getting back to our issues, but we are making a little bit of progress. Where is the biggest ore patch ever? Like the biggest of the biggest. There is a to-do right there. 9.7 million? 7.4? 25, 22. Okay. We're going to fight some biters. And I believe that I will try to end the stream this way. To just fight the biters, and then I will have to plan some smelting again and make super VIP super exclusive iron smelting this time. There is way too many things to do, but it's still getting back to basics. Not enough. And I should get more trains. Because I could reuse the train that I have right now, but it's not a good idea. We should have 2 train stops. Something similar to the oil. To make sure that we are providing iron ore all the time. Yep, stream is live. Something happened with laser stream. Oh, Llamas. Oh, see, that's sad to look at it. And we're making something. This is not much, but we have launched another rocket, I guess. But this is still not enough. Let's see the... Oh yeah, we should go to the west and try to fight the biters, but before I will do that, let's save the game, because I don't want any trouble, and probably I'm going to die again. Let's start with the turrets. For some reason we get turrets only, I don't know why. Oh no, the little guy is trying to help, come on, stop. Let's turn off all of the logistics. Alright, turn off the logistics. And I just want to get close. As I said before, I try to get close to the nests. And I forgot that the biters are destroying the trees, so I don't think we should do that. This was a really small nest. What's going on? So, we are taking over... How many? Wait. 19 million, 22 million, and 25 million. Wow. I haven't seen this 19 million. Why I haven't seen this 19 million ore patch? We could start from here, but we need to plug in the train. How to plug in the train without making it a roller coaster tycoon? Because we can't make it into roller coaster tycoon yet. I'm always struggling with that. And this is one of the main blockers. Maybe somebody could relate to that. This is one of my main blockers that is preventing me from playing more Factorio, or at least it was preventing me from playing Factorio in the past. I got really hyped when I have heard about the changes regarding trains in Factorio 2.0. Even without the DLC, just the update is great. For the llamas like me, of course. How many turrets? Are you kidding me? Let's get rid of one nest and get the hell out of here. This is a bit much. But this time, llamas, I hope that you're proud of me, because I have invested in researching the... How do you call it? The energy weapons damage up to level 8. And it really helped a lot. And I got the personal defense thing that allows me to just shoot with lasers. I hope that laser is proud. Oh no, 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 go faster. Oh no, I forgot. Okay, there is one disadvantage. Exoskeletons are not getting enough of the electricity all the time, probably because of the extensive usage of the personal laser defense. And they stop working, and the exoskeletons, when they don't work, they cause the Spidertron to move much slower, obviously. Paul, what is the biggest enemy in Factorio? Bugs or trees? No way. No way, Llamas, you can't do this to me, but we can make this kind of poll. I'm wondering, what do you think? And of course, I am going to vote as well. Wait, okay, I got the poll. We can create a new poll. What's bigger? What's worse as the enemy? It might not be the perfect question, but it's okay. Trees, biters. I can't believe I'm doing this. Let's give it, I don't know, 10 minutes. This is the maximum duration of the poll, and let's start it. Yeah. Let's see. And of course I am going to vote for biters, because this is unfair to treat trees like this. But you're free to vote whatever you want, because I cannot see who is voting for what. I am just curious. Are the trees going to win with the biters? You can automate dealing with biters, and you don't have to clean up all the freaking wood you collected. With mods you can automate dealing with trees. With mods you can do everything. That's no excuse. Oh, I can see that there is some increased discussion in the chat. Okay, go for it. I am just waiting for your votes. Just vote for whatever you want. I will accept this failure if the trees are going to win as the main enemy of Factorio. I hope that they are going to be replaced by the asteroids in the future, because we're going to have a lot of fun with asteroids. I have this feeling. Oh god. So much fixing, so little time. Come on. At least I am going to fix the Spidertron and try to deal with these little guys. The autosave right before the attack is not the best thing. Have I destroyed everything? No, not yet. Not yet. So, how many millions are we getting this way? Let me see. Once again. 25 plus 22 equals 47. Plus 19 equals 66 million. How are we going to plug this in? See, there is certain issue I have, and I need to show it to you in order to see it my way, if you want to know why am I having this kind of problem. So you can see that there is a train for iron ore unloading that is located right there. Well, I will have to add these additional places for the trains to stop and wait. I don't mind that at all. But I have an issue with the trains because there is like only one train that is providing the iron ore. And this train is coming from this spot. And there is only almost 3 million of ore left, which is the perfect time to actually start finding new ore patches. And I had the idea to plug in the other ore patch from here to plug in the same train, or maybe connect two of them and use exactly the same part of the train, but part of the rails. But the problem is that there is a loop and the train is using exactly the same path to get back. So if I would like to have another train, then I have to attach it roughly at the ends So somewhat close to this area. Let's say we will add additional rails to the west, and it is going to wait until this train at the train stop is going to unload and then is going to join. That would make sense. But how am I going to make the rails right there? Since we got a spaghetti going on in this spot that is already giving me a huge headache. Also, we got the pieces of ponds that I don't really want to landfill, because I think I don't need to. And there is another issue, because there is this whole base going on right there. And if I would like to plug in one of 3 of these ore patches, or maybe all 3 of them, but use only one, maybe use only one train, but it can't be longer train. But let's assume that I am going to have only one train stop for this. How am I going to attach it? I would have to go around and get through VIP super exclusive copper smelting for circuits. And then I would get close to this ore patch for this train that I have problems with, because this ore patch cannot be connected to the existing rails, because that train wouldn't have the exclusivity for this quite big part of the rails. And if I would plug in another train, that would make such a huge mess. And the best way would be to add additional rails that would be quite close to this path, so the train could just switch the rails if possible. But I don't have space for this because I haven't predicted that to happen. That's quite a lot to unpack. Probably I will have to use this way. But how? There's to-do train here, so maybe I left some spot in here. So maybe, because there is like free area that I haven't planned to use really. Maybe I wanted to add some more science, but maybe this should be used for trains. This would be the best spot, but here we run into another issue and another issue and another issue, and I feel like I don't have enough of the space for it, even if it's, according to my standards, it's supposed to be Megabase already. By the way, I have the tank right there, but I believe I had the tank somewhere else as well. Or am I imagining things? I don't know, probably I have 2 tanks somewhere. I guess that I need to start, but getting back to the train conversation, I guess that I will have to start roughly in the spot, start in this pond, because that's something I can actually do, and then I need to spaghetti things in really heavily. But without that, this base is not going to run on higher than 250 megawatts of power. And we need to produce more. We need to produce more of the basic stuff. But anyway, we're still launching the rockets. We're still trying to do some kind of research. It's not awesome research. It's not a lot. We even lack some really basic science. Red science and green science. The reason for that is most likely lack of the iron plates. So I will try to get back to the point we're going to use some cliff explosives. Do we have cliff explosives somewhere? I think I've made it a thing last time. I think this was the spot, and we got passive provider chest. Awesome. Let's try to request some cliff explosives. Of course, we're not in the logistic network. It's time to build some rails. Fingers crossed. Human puppet fingers, regular fingers, whatever fingers crossed for this to actually work out. As long as we have some kind of vision in here, because we don't have all of the vision available. A friendly reminder, I don't always remember to place the radars, and oh god, please no. Let's place more of this. And there is this patch that we can't see through at all. Oh, this is funny. Okay, so I will try to avoid the I wanted to say I will try to avoid the cliffs, but it's even worse. Llamas, the poll has ended on Twitch, and you have voted that trees are worse enemy than the biters. And as much as I disagree with your opinion, I accept it. I understand that you might find it really annoying to handle the trees. I hope that you will have better experience in the future. Remember, trees are friends. You got the right to burn your friends. As long as they are the trees in Factorio, obviously. I will have to plan to make some curves in here, and probably I will have to cross a few of the... Wow! Think about this, llamas. This is going to be a huge spaghetti. I will probably have to cross these rails that you can see right there, these rails that you can see right there, and these rails that you can see right there in order to get... and even more. Wow! Oh no! Wait, this train is waiting. This train is waiting. There is a red light. Fine. I forgot that I added this, that we have another copper ore patch that is just waiting to unload the copper ore. So at least we're not suffering from lack of the copper ore, but iron is always more important. And the lazy bots are doing something. Good for them, good for them. Some of these places, I'm sure that they are not going to be able to visit, but at least I will have a ghost somewhere. Let's save the game, because this is going to be a little bit confusing. Well, definitely it's going to be confusing to me. How do we do that? We need to reach this spot, and somehow I would like to make... See, I would like to make this kind of thing. Like to detach like this, and then let's try to get rid of little piece of the train tracks, because I know that if possibly if the bots would place this train track, then the train might go crazy and I wouldn't get any of the ore anyway. So maybe I should just use it like this, and I am messing with the keys. So somehow I need to go around through those cliffs, but I don't see much. And if I don't see much, it's not going to be honest work. But maybe we can just make it happen like this. Especially because this patch is going to be dismantled soon, because we are not really getting anything from here. It's like 1 million ore patch, I think. 993k. We are using it quite a lot. I am not sure if you have heard the stomach ASMR, but I am getting hungry and I will have to end the stream soon. Although there is this just one more thing going on. that I want to finish. And I don't know how it's gonna look like, but we need to cross these rails somehow. And we have to sneak around rails like this. Oh, no, 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 no. That hurts, that hurts, that hurts, that hurts. So let's assume that we add the train tracks like this. And maybe I can find a way. Oof. We got the pond right there. I like to leave some pond area just in case if I need some more water. And also this one looks like some kind of gecko, and I would like to keep this one. But we need to cross another train tracks, and it's not fun. Something like this, but not really. And it gets even more confusing. Because if we cross these train tracks, we will have to cross other train tracks like this. Roughly. I can't really do much because we have to use the underground belts, but this is something I don't even mention that at this point. I need to have this kind of strange train crossing again, and hope that I will connect it somehow to the existing piece, because I'm not going to use this part in between, although there is the iron ore patch here, so maybe I would try to add another one. But this is way too many for the configuration I have regarding the trains. This is going to be difficult. I am just getting myself in trouble. But let's mark it as a ghost, because I will forget it, that in this case we are trying to continue these train tracks. Like this. Even if I don't see what's going on right there. Ah, I don't see it. I don't see it. Like this, and where we should stop. This is the area where we should go. And there is a chance that I will get rid of this roboport. But I missed the train tracks. What's going on, llamas? Oh no. This is animal cruelty. Yes. This is pure animal cruelty. We need an update for Factorio right now. Alright. That's all I can do. That's all I can do for now, but it's worth mentioning that there is 4 million ore patch right there, and kind of being a little bit desperate to get a little bit more ore. I think it's worth figuring out how to plug this in first before we will plug in all of those 3 ore patches. Yeah. And let's make some more research. Let's go for mining productivity and worker robot speed. Like, let's try to mix these. And if we cannot afford the research, we will stop the research, but at least we have something scheduled. I don't have any more needs. I don't think we should use more energy weapons damage, at least for now. We got enough of the resources, at the least the ones that I have unlocked, to be able to provide some more production. And speaking of providing more production, this is sad to see that. And we are still roughly at 240 to 250 megawatts of power consumption. Not enough. But soon it's going to change. So the next stream title, when I stream Factorio, is supposed to be something related to the iron ore smelting or the ore providing. So the train stops, the external, how do you call it? The external mining spots. Something like that. Yeah, so we can expect some more mining, and let's hope this mining is going to be supported well by the power plants that have been constructed. Because it seems like the energy production so far, the fuel production, goes really, really well. Let's keep up with that. Because I can see that there is a lot of fuel to burn. Yeah. Alright, Llamas, I think that it might be the time to finish the stream. I will give you the quick sneak peek on the rocket again. We're at 59 rocket parts out of 100. There is item ingredient shortage, but we have launched another rocket. So slowly, gently, this is how the rockets are getting built. Llamas, I would like to thank you a lot for participating in today's stream. I would like to thank Intertooth for raiding. I appreciate that a lot. Please remember to visit Intertooth once again. Actually, Interproductions. Make sure that you visit them. They are a lovely, lovely streamer from the Red Circuit stream team, and they are a trusted streamer. And this is the most important part. Llamas, I would like to raid somebody on Twitch, and in the meantime I'm going to say goodbye to those who possibly watched it on YouTube or who have seen this video after it has been streamed. Thank you so much for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed the commentary on Factorio Friday Facts. Make sure to leave your thoughts in the comments, and I hope to see you on another Llama's Agoraphobic Megabase video. Yeah. Remember to like and subscribe and check other videos from the playlist.